Gonna be with you in a minute. Alexa, can you play smooth jazz? How is everybody? I'm just getting ready to set up over here. How's everybody doing? I want to see if I can take this down a different road today. Good afternoon. Looking to take this down a different road today. As I always start off, I like to explain what I do. I analyze. Very basic form from a child's point of view. Before we're indoctrinated, but I don't really want to use any of these words. Good afternoon, Moose. That's what I like to say, Moose. So before we were thought anything, we have to remove all our thoughts. There's many things I can say. The way I say it might be a little bit different. My color commentary in the languages that we speak of this world does not come out of my mouth as well as what I can see within my mind. So what I do is I analyze, and I analyze everything. If you look into the dictionary and what is not in the dictionary, there's a few things I think that are missing in the dictionary, and I don't have a phone or something to look it up right now. But I'd like to know if the dictionary begins with A, B, C. Does it tell you anything about A in the dictionary? Does it tell you anything about B in the dictionary, or C or D, or what position the letter is in? Does it tell you that there are different cultures that begin the first letter of their language with what letter, right? I know in Greek, it sounds like A. I know in Hebrew, it's Aleph, and it sounds like A. I know in English, it sounds like A, which could be the French terminology, which could be A. In French, they like to say O. Remember that. The first letter in French, right? And I have a hard time just writing it, right? It has to be explained. It's O. So I'm going to spell it A-H. And what's ironic is in this 9 over here, right? In this 9 over here, there's one center to 8 equaling to 9. Well, when I show you this over here, this here is 1 and 8. And O is that sound. Yeah, I'm going to get with the invites soon enough. Thank you for being here, right? Thank you for being here. So the first letter in French is O. In English, they say A. When you put it between words, it says, let me see a phrase. And an apple. And an apple. And. In French, they say O. In English, they say A. When you put them both together, it becomes the one heart center. So we use the A here in North America. So for my vibration, this is what I understand. We all have a personal connection to, they say, what is God. I like to look at the initials of God as 3 letters that say G-E-I-G-H-T, gate, omega, divide. You can say G-A-T-E, but if you say G-A-T-E, now that I know you ate, so will you eat? Have you ate 10? Have you eaten? Have you ate 10? What do they call that when I do that, when I play with the words, right? The correctfulness of the word is the incorrect way, or one of the correct ways of the words. So to get back to A, right, now that we saw it in position form, now that we saw A in position form, what about showing it in this position over here? Right here is the center of 8. Or should I just say 1 is in this corner? There's many things we can do with 1, right? I can put it here, the heart of. This, for me, is the skull and bones. It's a skeleton. It's only showing me that I have 9 numbers. How I use them are a little bit different. Here, it's in square formation. If I was making a brick, some bricks are in square formation. They call them blocks, and they don't call them bricks. Well, they call them brick blocks. But a lot of houses in the past, the interlock the bricks. Interstate. Tear is a representation of what can be earth, and can also be talking an abbreviation of what I see as retina. When I see the T and the E inside a word, I know the T, especially in the center of the word, it goes for the crossings in this over here. See this number 5 over here? Well, when you do it 4 times, it equals to 20. The 20th letter is T. We are in the E world of numbers. We are in the IE, the I go and the ego. We have a total of 9 numbers. I'm trying to see if I can bring my 2 pieces together a little bit closer. I'm trying to see if I can do this. Let me turn. Whoa, just lost my. I have two cameras up here, so I'm trying to function both of them at the same time. Little closer. Play with the word universe. We are not allowed to have a calculator. Are you able to see that calculator in here? So in the calculator, hold on, let me fix this. Let me fix this. What's going on? I need to straighten this out. I tried to do something a little bit different today. Right? So far it's not working. It's not. Whoa, wow. Wow. That's what I hate about what I'm doing. I'm just so out of sync with putting things in order. It's disgusting. I'm telling you right now. I mean, I'm disgusted with it, you know. So, just trying to see if I can get this straight over here. If I put my hand up, let me see. I want to see where my hand goes in the center, right? Okay, when I put my hand in the center, I can see it now on 2 screens. Let's get back to the letter A. All the letters in the English language within the work I do are characters with lines or dashes connected between to the ordinate space of dots. You caught me. If you caught me, am I a fish? Are you a professor? I am a professor if you think so. What I do is I share or teach the void. And I only can know is that if the students, if I was the teacher, would help me to see if I'm seeing the truth or if I'm delusional. So I must show you all the pieces and parts. 20 years ago, and 15 years ago, I had 3 individual sightings of an alternate reality. Yes, the abacus works great. Yes, as a calculator, that would be fantastic. What I saw is I saw an image in the sky, whatever it was, right, with the blue and white, brought me over to understanding Mary, Jesus, and Columbia Pictures. Also to note that the same image in Columbia Pictures is going to be a horse. That horse is going to be Pegasus. Pegasus is going to be connected to Andromeda. DNA, NDA, non-disclosure agreement of the ET. Why is it a non-disclosure agreement of the ET? I have 3 letters. I'm using them the best I can. In artwork, if I wanted to use the DNA, now I'm not really sure which way I should be doing this, because there's many ways to do this. I think my camera's backwards, at least on one of them. So we can see the letter N over here. N only occupies one area of space. I need 2 N's. M is going to connect both the left side, the right side, and the center. The center is to be understood as the center is to be understood as the 90-degree angle, also noted to what is represented by the L12 letter. L12, right? The I is what separates both sides. The I is what separates both sides. On the 180-degree plane on one side and the 180-degree plane on the other side, although they call this the 180-degree plane, when they show you that piece in school, that round circle, right? Remember, when we analyze something, it doesn't mean that the singular person is going to find all the elements that might be put into discussion for the theory, right? Or for the hypothesis of the theory, of the story. We would like to most likely get full truth. And full truth that's undeniable, right, to a child is if you say how many dots, you're going to say 9. Is that true? Or did I tell a lie? So did 10 eat me and I became 420? Ah, I like that. I like that. 420 is a bridge between 6 and 8. 420 is a bridge between 6 and 8. Now the question is, if you move from one world to the other world, are you the 8 or are you still the 6? Are you bringing your knowledge from the other world, the quarter world, into the 8? 4 quarters make $1. Do you count yourself for the holder? If you count yourself for the holder, then take away 25. Therefore, you're going to need 75 because there's an occupied space of who you are for your own memory bank. When you get a computer, right, and everything that's stored in it, it's already using up. I don't know what the terminology is. I don't know if it's using up the RAM. I don't know if it's whatever that is that you read in the taskbar under what's open and what's not open. And obviously, you're using something because your eyes are open or you're breathing. You're speaking, you're going to the bathroom, and you're hearing. And even if you can't hear or see or speak, you usually can feel. These are all part of the, I'm not sure what word to use with this. So the numbers, they talk about each other. They say things to each other. And then what happens, what I do, is I take the letters, okay, that get numbers, and through that, I find words. I also find situations, so I understand the word a little bit deeper. I also know that on the 28th day of the month, right? That's exactly what happens. Squirrel comes out, the dog starts barking because you're connecting to the soul. You've now connected to that moon. The 28th day is that time to know whether or not what is going to go on. Is there a moon connect, or have you passed on and the river begins to flow? There's a difference between 28 and 29. One would be the wolf, the other is the IT system power of the sun and moon. You can see inside of here, you have the A, you have the N, and you have the two D's and the V. I end on one area. I do not create, you don't stick your line out of the R any further than this, right? So I need to cap it off to capture the 180 and 180 of the 360 as it spins around, right? You're the capstone between the two areas. It's either, see, this is the 18, and this is the 18, this is the 18, this is the 9. Our base creation is going to be 1. That's what Saturn squares does to numbers. Our base creation is 1 dot with 3 void, with 6 dot with 8 void. 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 will create what is 6 in the heavens of 8. Where your creation of 3 will come to life. 3, 3, and 3. We need 3 of these cubes, 1 for each area. 2 of them will be located outside that you will not see, and 1 of them will be inside of what you do see. Even on your face, you don't see the hole in your eye, you see the eyeball in the hole. You see the hole in the ear, but you don't see your ears hearing. Same with the nose. This is the jack nose. It's not the plug-in nose. Over here, the pig's nose. You see these 2 areas? If I split my nose in half, now forget it's the nose. Forget it's the... My character is A, but what I see is when they're designing this A, right, they're not running the A on the 45-degree angle. What is the angle of the A they use? Is it possible it's brought in? Like when I see the A drawn, I have to look at an area, and the smallest area, I'm going to show you a couple of different A's, right? Let me just color this in just a bit. If you have any questions about numbers you've seen, you don't know what they are, I do not do the color commentary, right, like of the situation. What I do is the analytics of the number and how they match to other numbers, and when I match up my numbers, okay, I try to see the differences of what I'm matching to. Like I mentioned earlier, before I get on with this piece, is the dragon, the tiger, and the joker. They all have something in common with the calculator or the numbers and the cube. I'm going to tell you what that is, but first Okay, I'm going to talk about, see, I'm on TikTok now and I have something behind the screen. I'm going to see if I can bring it up and show to the, okay, we're going to do that. And then let's see what I got over here. I wrote down a lot of information in which I did not speak about or I spoke about and it got lost. So up on the screen right now, I'm going to show you both. Behind me is this. Yes, Wolf is flow. Wolf is number 56. I was going to talk about that also. We're going to go back to number 28 and 29. Even in games in roulette, right? So let me write this down. In roulette, there's an association between 8, 11, 10, and 13 in which there's going to be a relationship between 26, 29, 28 and 31. So let me start with this. These are Roman numerals over here. Roman numerals. You know Roman numerals, right? You know Roman numerals? Please like and share, and if you can help out the channel, that'll be just fantastic. I can see there's 500 people on YouTube right now. The number 2 means 500. Apparently what's been happening on this channel on YouTube is that the minute I open up my channel, I have 20 or more waiting to watch. Okay, and as I was told from an acquaintance, is what they do is companies can go on there to be anonymous on YouTube and other channels to, once they open up and hook up, they can go blank to you and you won't see them hook up. So they'll just be gathering the information. That's what I understand. Is that true or not? I don't know, but that's what I understand. All right. So just let me do one thing. I'm going to be making myself a tea over here. So what we have over here in Roman numerals, M 1000, D 500, C 100, L 50, X 10, V 5, and 1 is 1. Now we can all look at these as having no values, correct? Yes, we could. Yes, we could. Does anybody notice anything in here, an anomaly, what's going on? Take a look at it. Do you see what's going on? If you do, what can you say about it? Tell me something about what you see. It's not going to be happening that I'm going to be doing this whole thing alone, right? Because why am I here sharing? Participation is now your questions, right? Your questions opens up everything. Without your questions, I am going no more. We lack a sensory. Don't worry, I'm reading what everybody says. I'm just going through the messages right now. Dog-like. We're in the communication center. We welcome all. We're here in the house, in the dog house, right? Does it say we can live journey, diamonds, total viewers? I'm doing a mental call out. Before I show it to you, we're going to go over this. We're going to leave it here for 3 minutes or 4 minutes. I'm going to leave this here for 3 or 4 minutes just so you can take a look at it. I'm going to make, just 1 second, I want to change something on my screen here. Okay, I'm not sure what this means. I don't know what this means, but just give me a second. In guest, I go over here. Just give me a second before I begin. I'm just trying to look for a different layout, right, for now, to use up less space. Okay, now I have the one invite in the corner, so it's much easier to see. Yeah, so I'm going to just make my tea, then I'm going to come back and I'm going to explain this. If you'd like to come on live, just give me a minute. Prepare your questions. It's everything and anything. Any word in the dictionary, any letter, any number, any language, there is a story. There is, even if it's a minute story, it does not matter. As easy as English and French without knowing the language, as long as you know the word, English and French. And in the French language, I can write it in the English language using those letters I use. They're all the same angle. They're all the same angle. I'm trying to understand what that means. Just give me a minute. I'm going to be pouring myself a cup of tea. Pouring myself a cup of tea, so just give it a minute. Let me check on the dogs. Come. Oh my God. I just kicked the chair. Okay, so I'm going to come here and show you, right? 1 5 1 5 1 5 1. Isn't that ironic that the Roman numbers were made with 1 5 1 5? That's the sequence of the Roman numbers. That's what it is. What is this over here? You want a cookie? Okay, I'll give you a cookie. Just 1 second. Oh, I should go in my car and get those special cookies for you. Right? Here's a cookie for you. And here's a cookie for you. Now what's special about what about the zeros, right? Hold on a second. What about these zeros? What about these? Well, what if we went to binary code? If I went to binary code, it would tell me my first zero only begins at X. There is no zero over here. Or what if I took each one of these and realigned it? There's 4 numbers, there's 4 area spaces. We're going to do this after. 4 area spaces, 3 area spaces, 2 area spaces, 1 area space, 1 area space. Same house, different house. I can take one of these and put them with any one of these over here. So this one or this one can fit in between here. I can remove this one, right, and replace it with one of these. Anyways, to make it simple, binary code would tell me this is 1, 1. This would be 3, 3. And this one over here would be 6. Oh, sorry, it would be 7. 1, 2, 4. 4, 2, 1, 7. 1, 2, 3. 1 and 2 is 3. And each one of these are 1. So 1, 1, 3, 3, 7. That's what I would get out of this. Roman equals to 28 and 33. It just so happens that our cycle of our 4 times 7 equals 28, or 2 times 14n equals 28. Or, right? Or how about 14 twos? Do you know that 14 is also 1 and 4 equals to 5, and 5 and 2 equals to Earth? Earth is 28 and 24. 2 and 4 is 6. The fish is 42, but the bird is 33. Rotation, 3 times 3, 9. To our coming of our life, 3 and 3, 6. The total is 61. 28. The 33, 66. 61, sorry. What it is about 1 and 5, when you go from 5 over to 1, you get 432. Does anybody understand or know anything about 432? Does anybody know anything about 432? Wow, this is the best tea. Hold on a second. Let me just go down. I saw some comments that I had missed, so I just need to see what comments I missed. And I'm going to go back to show where I started from in this video. It was talking about what I do, where I get my information from. Hello, Chris. Hello, Chris. Cheers, Finn. Finn is also 5. 5 is also noted to be the letter V, and they use that for the sign for the Taurus. And since it's a second sign, it's going to also fit to the ox. Okay, I'm going to try and keep up with all the comments at the same time that I stay mentally focused. Just give me a minute. I'm not at my house today. I'm watching the dogs. We have 432. In order to get the 432, we still have to understand the skeleton. We have to understand this 9. Then you'll see they put it into a game here. Then you'll see they put it over here. They put it on the ATM. They put it on the telephone. The calculator, counting up. The telephone, counting down. There's a story in there. There's an element in there. The analyzation will show you what happens. By classifying and understanding what happens with our numbers, when we go to understand why each zodiac sign is the name that it is, and it's in the position that it is. For instance, if I say number 5, I say Leo. But also I must go backwards because there's more than 5. If there were only 5, I would say it's the last zodiac sign, it's 5. But in the 12 zodiac signs, Leo is the 5 of 12. When you reverse it, you jump into Scorpio. So it becomes, Leo becomes 5 and 8, and Scorpio becomes 5 and 8. 85 equals silver. 85 equals matrix. 58 equals to the word 2. And you also have to remember the first initial that it starts with. 2 is also a 3-letter word. The second planet is Venus. Venus has no moons. The first planet is Mercury. It has no moons. For some reason in our system, they're not counting the sun. So would you count the sun where the battery goes? And you plug the battery in, being it the sun, that plugs into everything that goes around it? Right? Have you ever seen those circles? Oh, I'm under a spell. I'm under a spell. Just breathe. Can you see the air you breathe? Do you see the air you breathe? Then how do you know it for what it is? Why would you say it's energy? When you look at the clock and you see 111 or 105, what does it say to you? Somebody says 105. You think 105. You don't see the 2 digital dots. Therefore, you can understand it as 105. So if I said 105, you would go 1 hour and 5 minutes. Sometimes you would say 3 times 35 to get to 105. It's noted to be, I am as well the hand of God. The crossing of the 10 star. In the E world, the 5th house of the 9 birth, where ego, I go. I will explain that to you. The calculator, just a quick update, has these 9 numbers. It has a 0 also. We'll talk about that another time. 0, it tells me through games and what I can do with game and connecting numbers, okay, explained to me that these three areas are telling me a story, just like the star, the zero, and the pound key is all the numbers are divided into 9. The star is what connects all the numbers. Now, although you have a star like this, maybe the angles can change. Usually the ambulance... Go up. Go up. Go up. I'm trying to see if they'll go out. They're sitting at the door. It's like 0 degrees outside or 2 degrees outside, and they don't want to go out. I don't know why. Go up. Go up. Come on, Denver. Come on. Come on. Come on, Denver. Come on. Wow, that's why, I guess. The internal vibration that connects your own thoughts. I close my eyes, not now. If I go to let's say there's music playing, better to have a live band, any sort. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what kind of music, even if I don't like the music. I shut my eyes and I sway. I let my body sway to the music. And as I'm swaying to the music, my eyes closed, I see images within my eyes open up through the frequency or vibrations, because I am breathing in. Imagine you're in a room with music. You have to breathe. If you're not in the room and it's in a glass room, right, and you put your hands on the glass and you hear the beat and you feel it running through your fingers, inside that room, the air is moving in order for you to feel the vibration upon the glass. Well, where are we now? If you run as fast as you can, or be pulled by a car, or skiing down a hill, or parachuting, do you not feel that in your face? Well, there's a continuous vibration that's within that room going through the beat of the music. And when you beat it in, okay, when you breathe it in, water, and you breathe it in, it's picking up formation. It has a story inside the song, deep inside the frequencies and the beat of the music. And that frequency is moving as you're breathing it in, as you're flowing to the music. With your eyes closed, you will see inside your head. Stay calm and meditate and be happy, because it is very beautiful and it is very ugly. Different visions will come upon you. I usually see beauty. The odd time when I say ugly, I'm just talking about you'll see a little bit of dreariness, but more often or not, I can see pastelic-like colors. I can see psychedelic colors, but it doesn't last long enough before the colors change. A lot of times it starts off by darkness, and then you see a light, and the light grows and grows and grows so big until where there was a light at the beginning is now dark, and where there was dark is now all light. Emanating from the dark space comes all the light. With all the colors put together to create that awkward color, how do we create the black coal? What is within the white ash? So when I say I do a numerology or an analytic, I analyze everything. So let me see. Don't worry, be happy. 105, the hand of God. One of the things about the 105, and we're going to get back to the Roman numerals, is in order to get from point A to point B, how this cube was designed, 6 and 1, 7, 8 and 3, 11, Sky Pass. Monkey Sky Pass. We're going to get into that after. Let's get on. Let me do one thing at a time today. Let me change things up and see if I can stay on track. Do I channel? Yes. According to Bashir, I channel. In fact, according to Bashir, we all channel. It's the meditative state of thought when you can think and bring on an idea and ask. That's you channeling within. Nine is a system. It's a star system. 9 are just the pieces you need to create to begin that star system. So let's finish this. Let's finish this off. This piece, okay? Roman numeral 432. 1,440 minutes in a day times 3 equals 4,320. 7 minutes. I think it's 712. I think the number is 712. Yeah, it is. Okay. There's the 1 cent, there's the 10 cent, and there's the dollar. When you have the 1 cent, it doesn't mean there's no zero next to it, because if you get 10 of them, you move into the 10 position. The cent becomes 0, you have the 10 cents. The 0 cent is in the 1 position. The 10 cents, the cent is valued at number 1. The 10 cent is valued at number 2. The just one second. The $1 is valued at 4. Just give me a second. The 1,000 is going to have a value of 8. Why is it like that? If I'm working in binary code with all zeros and ones, and you have 1 cent, it only takes up 1 area position. If I work with binary code and take up 10 cents, it takes up 2 area positions, 1 with a 0, 1 with a 1. If I work with binary code and have 100, I'm using up 3 positions. If I work with binary code and I have 1,000, I'm working with 4 positions, and you end up with 1, 2, 4, 8, 1 cent, 10 cents, 100, 1,000. At the same time, you're going to end up with MCXI. 1111. Does anybody know what's in between this in Roman numerals? D, L, and V. 5, 5, and 5 to 1, 1, and 1. Then there's the reverse alphabet. I'm bringing that up to help explain the 4, 3, 2 in between, in which 18 times 18, or 1 surface area, or the letter R, will be 324. 324. 18 by 18 equals 324. There's going to be 342 left over to complete the star system addition of numbers. I'm going to have to show you that another time, not right now, right? But when you go 3, 2, and 3, 4, they're different. Although they're the same numbers, they tell a couple of different stories. The multiplication will equal to 24, and the addition will equal to 9. And that will become our 1 degree above 0. 1 degree above 0. Breaking the ice, right? 1 degree above 0. breaking the ice in this system. It's your 3x3 9 birth to your 3 + 3 6 light of life. I'm looking for something in a book. Just give me a minute. I don't know why I don't have it. You know, I lost something that's right in front of me. I'm going to finish with the Roman numerals and we're going to move on. But I want to find where that design went to. It's got to be right here. So let me... Just give me a minute. If you got to go to the bathroom, you got to do something. Hail Balkamoose, how you doing? 6:15, right. 432, yes. We're going to be on that in a minute. 1 second loss, 86,400 times 3, right? 86,400 times 3. 0 is an association of numbers. It's also, if you look at the 0, right? If you look at a lot of, I don't know how to say it, but when you turn something a little sideways, like the O, if you turn it sideways, or if it's moving, right? If the 0 had had energy on it and it was moving, it would become elongated. You're taking up a dimension of space down and stretching it across or stretching it up so it's being pulled. All right, I'm going to show you on the cube that when you're using the 0, I'm going all around this one area over here. Is that possible to use 0? How I understand 0 being used in one of them is when you come to 10, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. When you come to 10, you mark a 1 down here, and then you encompass all of these over here. 6 areas and 3 areas in order to write that. So any combination here that will put one line straight and then this will all be that 10, a way of connecting 3 and 6. Our base creation is 3 and 6. Whether it's these 3 and these 6, or whether it's these 3 and this 6, or whether it's these 3 and this 6, or there's another row. We have to put the next row. This starts here, but it continues all the way up until you get to number 18, right? That's when you're finished your first 180 degrees. There are 2 parts of 180 degrees to finish your first circle, right? But I'm going to have to explain this after. I'm opening up too many doors and I will not be able to complete what I began with. So let me look for this piece of art over here first. And like 90% of everything I do, I don't say 90, let's say 60% of everything I do, especially when it comes to numbers, right? You can do a piece of art with it and see what the art looks like. So our dictation, right, to us in what it shows us is going to be symbolic. I guess you can look at it that way. Well, I don't know why I lost my big art. And I had it right here. I had it right here 2 minutes ago. Did I lose my book? Just give me a second. I'm losing my internal connection, that energy connection. Wow, where in the freak is that R letter? I'm freaking out. What happened to the book? Does anybody see that book I was holding before? Oh, this is impossible. Impossible. Okay, it's not here. It's not here. I thought for sure. I'm just going to look through everything single page. So just hang on. Hang on. I have another one, but not half as nice as this one. Right? That's what happens when you open up 6 books in a month. Right? Okay, it's not here. It's not here in this one. I'm going to look in this one. Just give me a minute. It's not here. Oh, this is another piece. I'm just setting up a whole bunch of pieces. Let me take a look. I am Sam, I am, old eggs and ham. Otto, sun, moon. Otto is Yahweh. Did you know that when you want to go, instead of, they also say, like Yahweh is 7858. 7858. 7 for the G and W for the 5. 5G in 88. 5G in 88. 3 in 88. 838. Bringing the monkey into the world. Coming in with 22. Where do I get this terminology? It comes from blackjack. Blackjack, they want to see the dealer, right? The dealer, one who sells you things, is the dealer. You want to see the dealer bust, right? So they call for the monkey. The monkey, okay, is known to be for a 10. The 10 is understood as being 1/2 of all 9 numbers. It's 1/2 of connecting the star system. So far I got 3 books, nothing, and this last book, it can't be in this last book. That would be crazy. I absolutely lost it. I lost the book. I lost the book. So, okay, we'll bring it up another way. Let me bring in the dogs. I'm going to come back. Yeah, on the piano. You ever hear of Jehovah? Right? Well, on the piano, when you do that, on the piano, right? Jehovah, 1, 8, 15, 22 on the piano. But you know what these keys are on the piano, actually? You know what these keys are on the piano? You know when we end the piano, the 52nd key, 5 and 2 equals to 7. Do you know when we end the piano, it's the 88th key? 8 and 8 is 16, the same doors that opened up at the Jubilee. There's 88 keys in the piano. 8 and 8 is 16, 1 and 6 is 7. Or the 52nd key. Or the first key, right? The first key in the last position, the 52nd key in the piano. It changes all the understanding of the numerics connecting that piano. The piano keys say hi, hi, hi. How's everybody doing? So what is this over here? The first key in the piano is a 1. The first key in the piano is A. The 8th key in the piano is A. The 15th key in the piano is A. The 22nd key in the piano is A. And the 29th key in the piano from left to right could be a C. I'm regarding it as a B, and it's supposed to be an A. It's all A's. It becomes 1864. Did you know the sun diameter apparently, or distance, I forget what it is 8 million or 86,400,000 blank? And you know what that is? It's this. We're shown things, when you see a prime number, is because you're probably seen it on one of its lower levels. When you want to create the prime number to put the work where you can share it, you'll double up on the 3. You'll put 6 or 9. Any prime number. 3, right? And 3 is, in star system math, 3 is crossing. 3 is 1 times 1 equals 1. 1 plus 1 equals 2. It's speaking about position in the star. 1 between 2 equals 3, and everything begins with 3. You bring in the communication center, and in the communication center, you need a microphone and you need to hear. You need to hear in the left world, you need to hear in the right world. You need to breathe within your world. You split the nose, it's number 1. When you split number 1 in half, it becomes a 5. But when you split time in half, from 60 seconds, it becomes 30. To a single digit, wholeness is 5 in the half world, and wholeness is 3 on the timeline of your life. Give me a second, the dogs. Just give me 1 second. I have to check my jacket for something. I'm not sure if I have it in my jacket or where I have it. I'm looking for something for the dogs. At least I think I am. I don't know why I don't have it with me, right? They were dog treats. Just give me a second. How's everybody doing? How are you, Finn? What do you think? We should have a survey right now about what everybody thinks, all 2 of us, right? I let that bother me. I don't know why I let it bother me. And I know that we breathe in that frequency, and when it bothers me and I speak it, I send it to the universe. Now, I want to send it under good intentions. So if I send it under good intentions, who is programming the AI? Who are you? Do you want, what can I give you? What can I give those who are programming the AI? What can I give the system? Are we animals and beasts, as it's known, as the human of what it is, other than what I am, or who I am? I will do the questions. I'll do a numerology and questions, whether it's in Spanish or French or English. Who I am, Sam. Is that what they said before? Who I am. How do I send my frequency out? Right? How do I? I just do it. And every time I have something important to do, I hear the dogs bark. For all those humans, change your ways and become I am. Look into the mirror and say you are great, that you have the capabilities of great change. Whether you make them happen or not, great change is like the dust, is like the lint in the dryer. Only over the tumble of time will it show. And it's all upon the choice. Right now, we're going down what they call is the black pipe. How do I know? Between English and French, entonnoir. Entonnoir in French is also saying 10. Entonnoir. But I want to finish with the 432 right now in the Roman numerals. 3 days, 432. When you complete this, you have completed 3 sides of this cube. We need to understand the instruments. My Bible is life. Life experiences that I can understand that is fair. That is fair to every single human being on this planet to the best of my knowledge. And what I think is fair to every human being to the best of my knowledge on this planet is one of these. And I can see 6 dots. I want to know if I make a mistake. I should do a survey. Okay, I should do a survey to see if I make a mistake, right? And here goes the survey. I'm going to do a survey. Yeah, I'm going to do one of those interacting things. I'm going to do a poll vote. Quick poll. Okay. And the poll goes like this. When I'm done, I want to, if I'm wrong, okay, and I want it to be through a child's point of view. If I'm wrong, you put a crying face, and if I'm right, you give me a smile. I'm going to show you 6 sides and tell you a short story. I see 1 dot. I see 2 dots. I see 3 dots. I see 4 dots. I see 5 dots. I see 6 dots. I see 6 dots. I see 4 dots. I see 5 dots. I see 6 dots. Do not count the black spots. I'm talking about these areas here. So now I want you to just tap on the screen, the smiley face, if I said it all correct or did I make a mistake. If I made any mistakes, put the crying face, and then in the comment section, let me know. You're also going to know, I'm going to tell you another one. I want you to count separately the dot in the center to the dots in the corner. These 2, I count them for 2. This one, I count for 1. This one, no matter what I do, will never change, but it will be within, and it will be within the void. The area space, and the area space that's within the void. Let's call all these the oceans. Let's call all the holes the land. We have 2, 4, 5, 6, 0. I have 0 here. Oh my God. Can we use that for 0? All around 1. Here I have 4. Here I have 2. Here I have 2. So when we count this all, I will have 16 to the corners. 16 to the corners, 1 to the center here, and then 2 over here. I'm just describing you where are my rules and regulations to understand the difference with numbers upon themselves. Before I can understand the zodiac and each one of the signs, to understand each one of the signs as words, to understand each word has letters in it, to know that every single letter has a reverse of the value of the letter, to what is noted in the alphabet at 26, that every letter reverse will be 2 letters and it will equal to 27, that the average between the letters will be 13.5, that 13.5, 1, 3, and 5 says A, C, and E, that 13 and 5 can be the orange ball and pull, which is made up of red and yellow. So there's a lot of stories and a lot of tags, right? That 1, 3, and 5 also says sun, and that Ra is also supposed to be the sun god. that the first zodiac sign in Chinese astrology, okay, is a rat. And in French, it's called ro. But let's get back to the finish of the Roman numerals that we began. Yes, very good. Yes, it's all a template. The templates. The templates. Let me finish this. Once you have the three sides of this cube, I automatically know that if I'm going to use 4, I need to go to the other side. But there is no, the actual 4 that's existing can be the 4 corners. It could be the 4 on the inside. It could be talking about 4 faces, where 4 polar faces, 2 faces, opposite 2 faces, opposite 2 faces. The rings of NASA, the same thing. The rings of NASA, the same thing. Just give me 1 second. I have to do something. I think my camera might... I have to take a picture or something, and I'm not sure if I can do it in here. Can I take a picture in here? Live, guess, flip, mirror, mute, settings, comments, camera. So, yeah, just let me fix this over here. Wow, I lost everybody again, eh? That's pretty cuckoo. Yeah, sorry about that. I wanted to switch my picture in the back. Just give me a second to see if we can switch the background over here. Okay, let me go. Yes, let me do this. Yeah, I want to put this in the background. Just want to write that. I sort of like, anybody ever go see the Da Vinci Code, right? You ever go see the Da Vinci Code, right? There's nothing in it, right? In the Mona Lisa, so if you're looking in the Mona Lisa, maybe you're looking at Lemoyne, you know, Lemoyne, Iowa, right? Lemoyne, Iowa, or how about the limo, right? L and I happens to represent your birthday. Your 9 months of birth and the 12 months of the birthday equaling to 21, L and I come together to create that, right? So we're going to finish off. I'm going to finish off with those Roman numerals. I'm going to see if I can get this. It's not coming on my page. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me fix this here. And let me fix the dog a little bit. Hold on a second. I'm just trying to match. My hand goes in the center. So let me put the dog out again. Come outside. Let's go outside. Go. Go. Go fight. I still need to, we're going to finish with the Roman numerals. I have to find that design. I just don't get it. I showed it like 2 minutes ago, and then all of a sudden it disappeared. It doesn't make any sense. And I know I don't think it's in this book here. I like to know how many books I have open over here, right? I thought it was in this one for sure. And we just had it. I didn't move from this room, right? I didn't move from this room. Just give me a second. Anyways, okay. We'll finish off with the Roman numbers over here. When we move to 4, it becomes the ring of this item, of this cube, because there are 4 sides that go around. It will total 14. 14 and 23, or 41, okay, are exits and entries between X and Y. Number 14 is going to be connected. Let me see this over here. Number 14, let me see if we can show an Y in this piece of artwork. Whoop, let me see if this is it. Not sure if that's it. Yeah, that might be it. That might be it, but it doesn't show the Y letter, right? You see that design there? That is going to be the same as, well, you're not seeing it on YouTube, in which everybody seemed to disappear, right? I don't know why. Template only. Just give me a second here. Maybe we can use this one or this one. Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah. Okay, we can use this one over here. You can see the back screen, right? Well, when you look at the right here, you see the Y, and then you see another Y over here. You see an X. This X is where number 2 and 3 is. 2 and 3 is 5. Here is 1 and 4, right? That 14, number 14, can also be used, okay, living in the system. Remember, what system do we live in? I want to hear it. We live in the house of ABC. A and B equals the C. That is your basic creation. Everything gets converted into the alter world of D. A, B, C, D equals to 10. This is the reverse. I just want to write something down now that I wrote that. What we have in our alphabet, for my better understanding, is a skeleton. Either we have all of the form and we have to reduce it like you do when you get the number of tiles in Scrabble, or we have part of the form, so you have to increase it, divide it up, break it down. We have to understand, pending its location, etc., etc. And if it's a word, it's 1 letter, 2 letter, 3 letters. Right now, I want to send out a little bit more energy to the universe, because it seems like these people controlling the AI, they don't like what I'm sharing. So I'm going to send my vibrations to the AI. If AI is looking for the better of all, right? How is your program made? Who makes your program? So since I can't speak to a computer alone, I want to send out the vibration. I want everybody to send out that vibration, right? In a 1 minute of silence for all those people who are earning money to disrupt our lives. We use these systems and our lives are being disrupted because points are not getting across. All the guidelines that were decided by those who deem themselves kings and queens, who take jobs for the money to deceive the people. How many people are out there working right now, taking on jobs to deceive the people, as they're not inquisitive enough to understand what they're doing? When you're on the hydro pole, do you know what you're doing? When you install instruments for hydro, do you know what you're doing? When you deforest, do you know what you're doing? When you ride the airplane and you sky paddle, do you know what you're doing? You are the people destroying yourself. We are you. You is me. We must wake up individually. My computer has an IP address. At the end of my life, I rest in peace. During my life, I am living under the divided sun amongst the moons, my communication center, Luna, Deimos, and Phobos, the control centers, Venus and Mercury, the houses of the combination of Earth and Mars, being connected, okay, under the sign of the Federation into what is Saturn connected to Uranus, 13. What is Uranus as a gateway connected with Neptune, 15, a part of the Saturn square. 15 is 1 with 2, 3, 4 vibration in between 8. So within the 7th, between the 7th and the 8th gate at 7.5, 7.5 is the electric moon. It's going to ignite what is 12 and 13, which will be the base, the lower side of what is male or masculine and feminine, in which when it moves up the scale, the feminine moves into the masculine moon, and it becomes her moon at 13, while the male moves into the IT system of the sun, becoming number 14. The female becomes the short line 4, the male becomes the short line 5. The 5 and 4, they rest together, they work together. The 5 dot with the 4 area space void, the 4 dot, right, in which is connected to creation, with the 5 area space void. This 4 is only to understand that it's connected to 3, and this is where the beginning of T and H begins. Time, heaven, creation, and the passage of the 7th gate, 4 times 2, 4 plus 2, equals to 8 and 6, passages of that 7th gate. The hexagon of 8, the octagon of 8, the hexagon of 6, the 8 of the dog, the 6 of the cat, to enclose the completion of the ring of 4 times 1440. What we had 3 was 432. When we connect it, we also connect it to 5760, 4 times. 5760 is the year 2000. Reset. What is between 1 and 5 of a bookend is the same as what is between 5 and 9. I thought I had wrote this down. I'm not happy about that I lost. Let me see where I can find it. And it's going to look like this. One, 5, and 9. And then it'll be this way. 1, 5, and 9. Or will it be that way? Right? I'm going to show you why. Or I'm going to leave that up. No, we're going to show you why. So you can see that our vibration of 432 is going to connect 2 with 8 to the cycle of the moon. 3 with 7 is your lower creation, which will connect the 4, which will come through the 7th gate, and your 4 is going to come through 6. Zion, Israel, the operator. This is going to be a gateway between this one over here. This one plugs to this one over here. But note that inside of both of these is this one over here. And that's going to connect up to the 8. What does the 8 connect up to? And what does the 2 connect up to? Spread my legs. and take the 2, run it over to the 7. Spread my legs, take the 2, run it over to the 9. I have 9, 11. I take my 8 from the top part. I run it down towards the 1, 9. I take the 8 at the top part, run it to the 3. I now have 9, 11. Here it's at 4.5. Here it is at 5.5. As I cross through here, running the angle. So I take up the half area space. 4.5. Over here is going to be the fox, or the 666 pass of the spade. Over here it's 5.5. It's going to be sky pass. So you're telling 2 different stories. When you're going up and when you're going down, it's 2-9. Here, these 2, when these 2 come into effect, right? This one doesn't cross over here, but it does. It becomes number 7, right? Why don't we look at it this way? This crosses over here. This crosses over here. This is here. It's the same thing as when I cross here. It's the same artwork, just tells a different story. It takes 1 and 2, and this is your creation. It will all start here. The reflection becomes here. Here is my boot. It takes 4 at the bottom and 4 at the top, and then you create the star from it. But we'll speak about that after I finish with the Roman numbers. I'm going to finish with the Roman numbers in a minute. If you've never been here before, my Bible, my stories are where everybody in the world can get it for free, or mostly for free, or can just see it online. Rules, instructions, regulations. How are you, MLO 976? I am doing fine, thank you very much. I have to get the dogs in. They're disrupting my path. Just give me 1 minute over here. Oh, I got it. Just give me a second. Is there something wrong with the name? When I put out my name, Mr. Tacpans, right? I mean, that's a good way to say it. That's the way it has to be said. I put it together, okay, for the reason that, and I like to spell it like that with the capital T, even when I put the small r. And I did that is because I didn't want to be looked at as a mister. I wanted the 3 letters to come together, right? And inside of that, you can see the rat and the cat. I like the big T because it reminds me that within the cat is the tiger. And the G, where does the G come in? Where does the AT come in? It's part of communication, which is in what I call the 3 letters of the cat, the 9 lives of the cat. The 3 cubed, the communication center, right? Chop off 2 corners, chop off this corner and this corner, right? I'm going to have how many corners, right? I'm going to have the octagon out of the hexagon. When I mentioned before A, B, C, D, let me see which part. Yeah, it's this part over here. I connect these 4 with these 4. Although they have numbers, they're telling you a story. First, we have to understand them the way we would without the story. We have to understand coordinate space, position, before we give it any sort of value and anything. If it's a word or a shape, I mean, if it's a shape, I mean, I'm going to look at the shape and go, oh my God, it's a circle, or it's a square, or it's a sphere, or it's a rectangle. So right away, everything gets it. And we're down to one person now, which something is definitely discouraging and wrong. Something is definitely disturbing and difficult and wrong. Okay. I know my TikTok turns on and off. Okay. When I just put my computer is going to be repaired, and I'm 99% sure that it's because of TikTok, something that they installed into my computer calling the L something CV or DCV camera that came onto my computer. If you want to know what I do, I'm not an artist. I'm not an artist. Can I write that up there? I'm not an artist. I'm an analyst. I wrote you down, right? I mean, you go to the people in the stock market and they write you all those stock lines out, right? All I did it with numbers. I matched up the numbers in games. I go into games and I match up numbers, right? There's only 9 numbers. So let's continue on. Not on this one. Let's continue on to this. Let me finish with this. So what you get is the year 2000, 1,440 minutes in a day. You have 4 days, okay? You've jumped onto the center at the 7th gate. Why the 7th gate? Over here, I like to go, sorry, not this one. This is number 3. This is number 3. When you're working with 7, just hold on a second. Just want to remember what story I was going to tell you. Okay, right. I was talking about something else. I was going to the 7 days of the week. That when you go 3-4-3, it's actually telling me that the 4th day is the singular day that separates the 3 days and the 3 days. So the 4 can be the heart of the week. The 4 can also be the 4 sides of this cube. The 4 can also be connecting these 2 and these 2. 8 and 2, 10, 6 and 4, 10, 7 and 3, 10, 9 and 1, 10. That's your star system, all running through number 5. Now you have the left house and you have the right house. You have all that is within one house and all that is within the other house. You've turned the 2 houses. You've put this, and instead of it being like this, it's now like this, like you're reading a book. You have your face into both sides of the book. You read your book first this way, and then you read your book on the other page this way. When we go through the zodiac, we go through the zodiac like this. We have our 12 zodiac signs, but they're not all the zodiac signs are within that area of the time. Only 9 can fit. They're individuals set up in 3s and 4s, 4 by 3, 4 signs in 3 packets, or 3 signs in 4 packets. I saw something, I don't remember what it was. Yes, if you're awake, you're not asleep. The zodiac signs, the 12 of them, they're not all there at the same time. Some are very far away. They come to you in a different manner. It's the pinball of the zodiac, living amongst the stars. So let me finish with this and I'll explain that after. When you have Roman numeral 1776, and I'm only one person here, and I just doesn't make any sense. We're only one person. I'm taking a 5-minute break. Take a 5-minute break. Template. Remember templates. M&T for empty. Trademark. Yes. Also, M&T is 33. MT is 33 and NG is 21. It can represent the cube. It can represent 7 and 11. 21 and 33 is in Trinity. 1, 2, 3, 4 levels. We get to the center level, we use 5. We get 1 level up, like 1 is 6. going to take 2 minutes now where it's discuss. It's just, I just feel very, I just don't, it's something is wrong. Template time, Othai plate, Timothy. I like that. Moth. IT, anytime the IT system comes in, it's part of the sun. We're one person here. Can you believe it? I think Cynthia, we're one now we're two people, but that's disgusting. I've seen other people do this. I see people talk about absolutely nothing. So I'm going to finish off with this one piece, and before I move on, I think I'm going to put up a panel. So if people jump in and want to jump on and say whatever it is, that's the way I'm going to have to do this. We're going to have to change the paneling here. I don't like to invite anybody. Maybe that's what my problem is. We're going to put up this panel over here. Okay, let me see what else we can do with this. You know, it's hard to invite people when nobody's multi-guest extra reward. TikTok is going for arranging multi-guest. Okay, it's turned on. I want to see what this is. Oh no, I don't like that at all. No, I don't like that. No, I don't like that. I don't know what just happened here, but this has got to go. This has got to go. Just let me fix this here. This has got to go. Okay, now we're missing that in the back. Just give me a minute. Switch, background. I don't know if you can see these three aliens, right? Inside the game of roulette, right? Inside the game of roulette, there's those three alien images that show up. Take a look. I'm not sure if you can see this. Let me see. No, that's not the proper window. That's at my place. That's my home right there. But let me see what we can do here. Hold on a second. I'm still working on something. Sorry about that on YouTube. I'm working on something on my other page for just 1 minute. I'm just trying to see. Oh, it's my background panel. Enhance, right? It's the background. Okay. I think it was, okay, I think I was working with that background. Or was it? Okay. Yeah, I can't do that background down here. How sounds good, Mr. T? Sounds good, Mr. T. So we're still down to one person, but since we're 4 people on YouTube, those who are not here on TikTok, I'm still doing a shout out. Somebody tell me what I'm doing wrong and why I have 2 people here. This is really disgusting. This is really disgusting. I am sorry. I'm happy with those who are here, but I know it's not disgusting from somebody else. It's disgusting on my part. Not doing it properly. That's why it's like this. Hello, Chris. How are you? So we're going to finish off with the Roman numerals, and I did this yesterday. Y2K, Y representing Earth. K is 11, representing the dogs, right? Coming from Mars, the soul dogs coming from Mars, right? That's where your Y2K is. 25 represents Earth. Earth, number 5, the E world, cuts everything in half. You build it back up, you go 5, 5, 5, becomes 1.25. You build it back up again, right? Depending on what you're going to do with that. 5 times 5 times 5. But 5 cuts everything in half as well. 5 times any number will be half that number. 5 times 7 is 3.5. 2 doubles everything up. Now we're going to go to 1776. 1,000, 5, 6, 700, 50, 76. We do know that the Roman numerals MDCLXV1 15151515. Inside is 432, Earth vibration. Double that up, we have the numeric value for the sun. It comes from the 144, right? We are 10 times. We're going to count that minimum. We are in our house, we're 10 times to equal to one of what we are. We're 100 times 1, we're 25 times 4. Our birth is 3 times 30, making it 100% of who we are. We come in with 1 moon of Luna and 2 moons of Mars. The 1 moon, the breath, our nose gets split. It becomes half and half. The pig moon, the pig nose, half pig nose, half hook nose. 1776, these numbers come from here. Look at that. If I wrote number 5 in Roman numerals, it would be a V. It would look like this over here. It'd be 151. It would look like this, the Federation. This is found on the number 3 on your telephone, DEF. If you also look at it, 511 is also November 5th, the day of the election. It's also the word key. You have 1, 5, 11, right? Or how about 7 and 7? Or how about 4, 5, and 6, talking about Mars and Earth? How about switching all these ones for a 2 and go 1, 5, 2, 5, 2, 5, 1? What about 512 memory? Or is that RAM inside of it? The Roman numerals. 1 and 5 inside is 3. Alpha, beta, creation. A, C, E, between 1 and 5, the world of A and E where creation takes place. The S letter, 19, reduces to 1. The U letter, 21, reduces to 3. And the N letter, 14, reduces to 5. The thing is, when you see number 14, if you look in here, see that Y over here? That's going to be number 14, 1 and 4, 5. This one over here is number 23, 2 and 3, 5. The basis of our creation is when you bring A and D together, you have brought, whoop, hold on a second. You have brought D with CB. You have brought D with CB. You have brought A with BC. Or you bring A with BC, A with BD, A with CD, B with CD. So you have these 3 equations have a D in it. 3 of these equations, out of the 3 of them, they have a C. 2 of them have a C, 2 of them have a B. In one of the equations, there's a single B with a triple A. So you got 2 B's in the center, 1 B at the front. You got 2 C's in the center. You got 1 C on the right. After the death, before the Christ, into the world of 10, 4 quarters. The reindeer, Santa's reindeer on the Canadian quarter. We connect the star system. 1 and 9, 10, 2 and 8, 10, 3 and 7, 10, 4 and 6, 10. Those are the 4. Those are the 4 that connect the other 4 through the 5. Through the 5 area, but you pass through it 4 times. That is full formation. Give me a minute. Okay, let me look at this. Two buildings in the back of the pyramid on. 2 pyramids in the center of the pyramid on the back. Yes, there's 2 pyramids, one above the other. Yes, and I don't have my camera to go look at it now, right? But is that what you're talking about? You have the pyramid at the top of the lower pyramid. The lower pyramid has a cutoff head, and the other one has a point on it. The one with the cutoff head is going to represent Earth. It's going to represent a right-of-way. It's going to represent the hexagon. It can also represent the pentagon. It can also represent one part of the octagon. But as so, if I would just duplicate it the way it is, okay, at that point, it will represent the octagon. 210. Your original CB born on 210. 210, February 10th. Two buildings. When you create two buildings, it means you can create one in between. So give me a second to look this up. If you were able to see, I like that. That was good. Okay, now it's my nephew. I have to. You can see the square top of a building. There's going to be a division of two buildings here now, right? Using this A letter. I connect it with the M, or the Federation, 4, 5, and 6. In order to do this, I need to go through the moon cycle. So therefore, I'm going to create an N and then draw it up here. And then I'm going to create another N and here, and that'll be the 28 days of the moon, 14 and 14, in which once I'm going to do that, let me show you this. Now, I did not do this design straight, so is what happens when I draw the eye, right? You have a protractor like this. It protracts it, you create the circle. You have one side of the circle, you have the other side of the circle. Therefore, I have to create this, and I have to create this. The reality with that, the M is also going to be a connection. I'm not sure if you can see this. Let me do this a little bit darker. When the protractor goes around, it has both sides, right? And you can see 44 come together, creating a division of area space, night and day, between two sides, world A and world B, connected with one moon, and a central moon they call Luna. Luna anal. It also says cancel, the moons of Mars and the moons of Earth. It's also going to create, let me see if I have it here. I can't see it unless I find it. Anyways, I'm not going to look, regardless to the fact. That's what happens when you begin to play with your letters. A, I. This plane over here, if you take a look at it, a good look at it, I'm going to show you something. Let me draw this out properly. Or, no, I'm going to draw this out on a new page. This is not as good as my last drawing, but I'm going to show you this. The A is going to go above this. And it's going to look like that. It's going to be divided right over here between both sides. So I'm going to put a straight dividing line. Then, like I did before with the M, okay, I'm going to create the same design as with the M. The thickness of the lines are different. The reason for that is this is within inside the area space. This is within inside the area space. And this is within inside the area space. Therefore, I put a line on the left, a line to the right. The lunar moon connects here. The moons of Mars connect on this side over here. This is noted to be M, a Roman numeral to say 1000. CCC, 333 connect. The pig's electronic heart. The pig's heart, the comparison, whatever that comparison might be. We need to understand the pig that runs 333, and like above is below, is all by threes. You go all the way up by threes. All the way up by threes. I missed a couple of minutes. I had to run a hawk. Turn it to the right. Okay, hold on a second. I'm not sure which one you were talking. Bottom period has a secret M. M is 1000. 3 pyramids like the big E. Yeah, you can see inside the E, right? There's that I. But when you're drawing, okay, when I do my work, I need to think that I don't have any of the big tools. I don't know anything. I don't know. I haven't had any schooling. I have to take this from the basis where it's fair to the world, where only logic and rational thinking can actually figure this out. We all can use a calculator. We all can dial on the phone. We all know our alphabet. We all know the language we speak. We all know we come with a nose, a mouth, 2 eyes, 2 ears. Even if you don't, you know the utopia world is what you have, what you lost, what you can't lose. If you lose your heart, you lose your life. If you lose a finger, you don't lose your life. So we have to know how things are connected by understanding that basic knowledge. As well, the knowledge that goes along with this, and it goes along with this. As you can see, this arm over here goes all the way up to the right. Well, let me do that. I'm going to take this and go all the way up to the right. I'm going to go all the way up. I'm going to go all the way up. What's happening? From 2 to 6, add 4. From 1 to 5, add 4. 5 to 9, add 4. Do you remember what we spoke about 1, 5, and 9? The lower section where 3 is involved. The higher section where 7 is involved. Do you see 7? 6, area space, 8. What number do I give the area space? The average between these numbers is 7. 5, area space, 7. 4, area space, 8. Here, I go 2 by 2. Here, I go by 2. 1 is going to be in the center. If I go by 2, 1 is to the center. If I go by 4, 2 is to the center. If 2 is to the center, I talk Venus. I'm going to talk about the moons of Mars. If I put 1 to the center, I'll talk about the Earth moon. Over here, I'm also counting by 4s, but in this area, it's a 3. In this area, it's a 7. In this area, okay, it's a 4. So since I'm counting bottom left to top right, bottom left to top right, I'm going to be counting by 4s. If I count from bottom right to top left, I will be counting by 2s. 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 equals to 6 and 8, dividing the 7th gate. Where do I get that understanding? Is when I pick up more information. The rule books of creation are in everything that is fair to us. Each individual as a player in the game, okay? I'm not sure if I want to use person, just say I am. The breath I take. 7 items in the back of the bill I wanted to show you. Thank you for just reminding me of something else. That back to 432. Very important when we get back to 432. Sister does not have an H in it. It's not sither. It's just with a T without the H. There's a possibility the sister is part of the heavens. because it doesn't need to mention the H. It mentions the earth, and the earth is part of the heavens. You have 3 S's in there. You can use it as sister or sisters. So it works out. Because if I had more than 1 foot, then I wouldn't say foots. I would say feet. I have many feet. So when we add a letter, we don't always have to use the S for plural, right? The S is going to connect the 2 wings. It's going to connect to its furthest point, 1 with 9, or to its closest point, 7 with 3, 22 or 44, 4 and 8. We're going to get to that also. So let me just give me a second. I want to just breathe a little bit. United States of America upside down, write it in capital letters. Amer in French means sour. Erica is supposed to be known as a communication. And I said the basis coming into the world is you need to hear and you need to speak. You get the lunar moon to speak. You get the Mars ears to hear, right? What is it then to see? Can it be the earth that you get? Or your eyes? Or is it the ocean? Or did you get the earth eye or the ocean eye? It's a big question. I like to say yes. The earth eye or the ocean. Maybe we'll do the sky. So if we do the sky, right? If I do the ocean, I have to use a fish. And then I'm going to go earth eye, brown. Fish eye, okay, is going to be, sky is going to be blue. Do I use the ocean or the water for the green? And then if you have yellow, you have jaundice. The sky is going to be 55. The earth is going to be 52. The ocean is going to be 20, 38. That's pretty good. 38, the ocean, is going to tell me how we club it. Clubhouse. Clubhouse is on the 19th, right? Clubhouse 38, house 68. Why did I say all this? The word 38 is also for the word club. The number 38, sorry, I said word 38. Because that would be something different. It would also, okay, the gold is also 38, and gold is funny because gold is in the center of to the left and to the right, right? And left and right are more than just words. Left, the L is an angle, right? And the L and the angle, right? The right is going to be this flat over here, right? This flat over here. The L is going to be this angle over here. Although the L is to the left side and the R is to the right side. Does that mean we're playing on the left side of this creation? Right? And just let me do this. Did I do this already? Where is... Yes, I drew this design over here. Right? And when I drew this design, do you see the, let me write that out a little bit. Whoa, I broke my pencil. Yeah, I break things. So what we can see over here, see the R letter? There's 2 R's, one to the left, one to the right. That's the 18th letter. 3 times 6 is 18. 2 areas, right? Note to be 2 areas. Every area is a minimum of 9. 1 face. 9 and 9, right? This is going to be an area here, an area here. The R letter is the 18th letter. Half of 360. The R letter, 3 times 6, 3 plus 6. The I-9 is going to split this house. The total is 18 and 9 equals to 27. The word bet. So I like to say the house of bet. or the beehive house, has been broken up. We live in the center. One leg on this side, one leg on this side. Through our soul, we capture in Mars, the moons of Mars. And through our spirit, we capture in the lunar moon. And within spirit, we are going to achieve the cat. Cat communication. I like to use that as spirit. Cat, hexagon 6, spirit. The spirit is going to entangle itself in the letter S and within the letter I. 51 is Mars. 9 is for your birth. Your 19 is going to connect your moon, the 19th letter. S is the only letter that reduces to the tune of the letter R. R is half an area space. Here's another half of area space that's divided by I am, who have my feet in parts of both area spaces. I am the born 6. If I am born and I am 6, double me up. You must double me up. Why? Because if I'm all of 6, how does each one of me communicate? If strand number 1 communicates, if I have 6 sides to this dice and I need to plug it in, I'm going to plug the 6th side to the 7th element, and I'll plug it in right here. There's my plug-in. Now you only see 5, but there's 7. 5775 electric moon setup. How about plugging it in? You know, those in I don't remember where it is. I think it's Islam, right? Don't they sit around the black cube? Don't the Hebrews put on the tefillin, right? Do the Hebrews put on the tefillin? Do the Hebrews run by the moon of 5775? I and R are the only 2 letters in the 9th house. Everything else is within and on the outside. 99 is Jupiter. 99 is also 13, and within the word, it says sky, space. Does that mean if I took these 2 hands together, here's the sky, I put them together, boom, I now created an area space, a safe space. I'm not outside the space, I'm within the space. Now I'm going to envelop that space, my beehive, and I'm going to live inside that space. That's simple. Saka, oh, just 1 second. I'm behind a whole bunch of the, just 1 second. Oak Island, read United States of America upside down. 7 Sisters, Pirates, yes. Wall, yes. The Utopia is perfect, yes. I found massive serpent head, yes. House cats only. House cats. I'm going to have to add that in. Yes, house cats. Okay, let me see here. Okay, I accepted you on. I wanted to finish off with the Roman numerals before you speak. So if you just let me do that, please. Something I started when I first opened up the TiCHeConnectT a half an hour ago. So let me finish off with the 432. In the 432, right? 7 minutes and 12 seconds. 420, 432. You multiply this, you get 84. 84 is for Pluto. The heavens, okay, the heavens of the replica world. What is connected to your creation? 7 and 12 is 19. 3 times 4, 3 plus 4. We live in the realm of what needs to be understood as E5, 7G, or how about 5G TV, a gateway. 7 and 12 come up by 3 by 4, 3 plus 4. If you minus it, it becomes 1, the divided sun. 7 times 12 is 84, noted to be what is Pluto. Pluto is an angle that goes along with Mars in the Giza pyramids. I think it was 5184, equaling to 135, telling us that it's part of the split sun. So this is what I want to talk about, 712. Now, if you go to the half day, you can go 7 days a week. The half day is 84 hours, right? You can also do 7 and 3. Then this will result into the cube. This is also going to be part of the E world. Multiplication and addition will make a 5 go over here. You'll have 5 and 7 that goes over here. Anyways, there's a lot more to talk about, but I'm going to bring Chris on. And how do I do this? Or I think you crossed off your own microphone. Okay.
Yeah, I did that because you were talking, and I'm respectful. Thanks for having me up.
Whoop,
Nice
whoop.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Welcome.
You're blowing my mind with all these numbers. I tell you, they're all connected with a lot that I'm working on and discovered.
Thank you.
And I was telling you, there's 4 pyramids on the back of the dollar bill. In the big letter E, there's 3 pyramids, and the bottom pyramid where the tombs are, I found, is where the secret M is. And the back of the pyramid, the big pyramid with the seeing eye, is in the roadways. And it was Route 10 on one side, and then Route 46 on the other side, 4 plus 6 is 10, 10. And then Commerce goes across, and then the eyeball is an ancient canal pond. And then the bottom is an ancient canal that they put the tracks over. And you were given the number of 84. That was where my last known, it was where I owned a house inside of the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill that I had purchased on April 15th, 1999.
April 15th, 105, the hand of God, the heart of the cube.
Yeah, because I've been finding a lot of things in the pyramids in New Jersey. You know, we were just saying about the Gaza. But the numbers, it's like, wow, right? It's just, because numbers of me have always like number 23, and it's like 232. There's certain numbers in my life that always seem to come up. But you're blowing my mind. So what there is on the back of the dollar bill, where there's that M in the bottom of the pyramid, that relates to the master building cornerstone, where there's an M and an R with 3 dots.
I'm gonna have to get a bill in order to see it, because me, when I can't fabricate much in my head sometimes. I can fabricate. What's that?
I'll show you the picture here. I got the pictures of right here.
Okay, and I'm going to show you your 323. Okay.
232 or 232, but it's the 232 is the one. Wait, 232.
Okay, first of all, one of the 323s in basic form is here. Okay, if you add Rubik's Cube, it'll show you 2 colors. Here, it'll show you 3 colors to the corner, and here it'll show you 2 colors, creating 7 on this corner over here. These 3 cubes will be 7. These 3 cubes will be 7. And then after that, you'll just have a cube here of 3 and a cube here of 3. So you'll have 7, 3, 7, 3 running all around this cube, which is going to talk about your birthday and 21. Why? 9 area space. And when you run along here, along here, along here, and along here, there's always 3 area space here separating. You see the 3? It separates 3 area space, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here. Okay, yeah, let me see that. Oh, yes, yes, yes. You know, I look at that as the Roman face. You know the Roman face, the when they have that headgear on? I see them wearing it as a mask.
Because everything on the back of the dollar bill. Now, remember I said that if the 7 sisters letters, if you turn the dollar bill upside down and read the United States of America, in between the letters is where the 7 sisters letters are.
I've looked at it before, but I haven't looked at it long enough. I know that if you take the letter E, right, if you turn it, drop it sideways, right, and turn it into this angle, every time I see an angle, it tells me about distance. So if you turn the E and you put it flat down, okay, that angle is going to be pointing out that way. I also see by the curvature, it's going to tell me that there are two circles, one that's going to fit in each side of, I'm not sure if I can point to it because it's down there on the screen, but it shows me two curvatures. At the same time, there's a number, I'm not, the angles, right? Those two angles, the right angle and the left angle, that's telling me about the two sides. I call them the delta angles where Mars resides. So Mars resides on each end of the E, and then that's the Mars moons I'm talking about. And then the center will be the lunar moon that is connected to that. Everything passes in this area, everything passes through. I want to show my other, what's it called? I don't know if they can see it, what's going on here.
You can flip me back.
Okay, well, that's okay. I'm going to leave it there for a second. Just want to show you how this.
Because what there is these three pyramids are in physical form marked with white pine marker trees from around 1782. See, the information in the back of the dollar bill was approved by Congress after 6 attempts in 1782, then printed in 1935 by Franklin D. Roosevelt that had an expedition to Oak Island for treasures in 1909. And then 21 years after this was printed, they put in the rest of the highway of Route 10 to modify the pyramid to make it perfect, symmetrical on the back of the dollar bill and the roadways.
Okay. You're gonna have to tell me about the roadways. What about the roadways again? I had my head somewhere else for a little bit. And you see in pyramids, it says Ram, right?
Well, what there is there was the original pyramid on the back of the dollar bill, the seeing eye is off-center to the left. Because originally it was Route 46 and it was Main Street. And then 21 years after this was printed, no one found anything. They finished the highway that was stopped in Dover and completed it all the way to the top 21 years after. Because I found 21 giant skeletons, and then 21 is March 21st for the first day of spring and the first ex-slave to become a soldier and graduate West Point University. And there's no 12s or 21s in the neighborhood of the M neighborhood, which is this. This represents this. I'll show you the picture. Check this out. Look what they did. They actually built everything to match the dollar bill. We have the E building with 3 pyramids. We have the M. You see the M there when it's connected to the Route 10 because I yellowed it in. And then there's 6 oak plank light posts that contain 24 oak planks in memory, well, the 6 oak plank light posts in memory of the 6 people that were unalive for Oak Island treasure. And there's 24 oak planks, 4 in each one, representing 24 pirate ships of treasure that they brought inland from Oak Island, Nova Scotia.
Nova Scotia, okay. So I'm going to tell you what I see really quick. The 10 and 24, okay. I don't remember where you said the 24. The 24 hours a day is a passage for the 7th gate. Communication pass. 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 creates 6 and 8.
21's a big number they used.
21 for the 21 dots on the.
Because the properties where the tombs are, where the bottom pyramid is, it's 12 South Hillside Avenue, and they give you a block number of 3602-9, and I believe it stands for 36902 for February, and 12 South Hillside Avenue for February 12th, because Abraham Lincoln is buried in these tombs.
Okay, and 9 and 3 from the first and the last letter of 3602.9 is 12. The bookends of 602 the bookends of 602. The 2 and 6 is going to be talking about the dartboard, and this is just very overlaid. When you have 3 and 9 at the end, I'm going to use that as bookends, right? We don't know what's inside the book until we open the book, and I saw inside the book at 602. I know that the queen is 62. I know the game and the card is 26. I know the reverse of 26 is going to be our vibrational system between A and E, the worlds of A and E, which are played out through E and I, the letters E and I, because it is the 9 birth, the 9 numbers. I'm going to put myself back up here. I'm going to see how I can do that. Let me see this.
You got me in the big box there.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to figure out how do I move. How did you go there?
I don't know. You put me there.
Okay, let me just see it for a second how it works. I'm not
I think
too quick with
on
this.
you, I think if you click on your picture, you can put yourself back in the big box.
No, no. In fact, I just put something on top of me. Just give me a second let me see how it works.
I could drop out if you can't get me out. Drop down and come back up.
Let me see. I got to figure this out. Hey, look at that.
There you go.
I got lucky.
And you can put less boxes so that you can be bigger too. If you want to put less, I think you can put 4 boxes so your screen will be bigger.
Yeah, I just did that, but it didn't seem to work. I don't understand it. Yeah, I did that. Let me do this one. Switch.
There you go.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So what we have here, right? This little instrument. You must have seen this before.
Yeah, but you just put some numbers into my head about where it's in the number, and I'm like, wow, I never noticed that.
Okay, so yes, just let me take a sip of this tea. I'm going to tell you about 21, 24, 28, 29, whatever number, it doesn't matter. They're all stories. There's something somewhere for every single number. Everybody come in. We're going to join the
Because the 21 number is important because there's this road that comes in, it's called Shearman Road. And they added an A to the name to make it Shearman instead of in memory of William Tecumseh Sherman of Sherman's army that brought Civil War treasures to the East Coast. And then Henry Martin Tupper, who adopted the ex-slave and built the Shaw University in 1865. He was a white man that built the black-only private university in 1865. And I believe he adopted Henry Tupper, was adopted by Henry Flipper. And Henry Tupper's birthday, March 21st, the first day of spring, 1856.
33. That's what that's going to tell me. Number 3. I can't process the whole thing, but if you want to work on that, you got to look at all the names, how many letters are in each name, total out the name, total it up to a single digit, compare them all and see what matches in order to get yourself a result out of that. But I'm going to get onto the Highway 10, right? Highway 10 runs, it's a, how can I say it? It's a boot. I'm going to see if I have the design somewhere in here.
So what they did was when they put in Route 10 in 1956, they modified and made this huge circle on top of the pyramid, but removed it after they robbed the tunnel system when they tore down the mansion in 2007.
Yeah, it's all part of the number system. It's their obligations to do things, even if they don't know why they've chosen to do it. It's part
Yeah,
of.
that's what I see. They did all these things, and some people had them planned out, and other people just did them, and it's just there's so much they did. Like I even found where the edge of Route 10 is. They planted trees in the 1800s for a sidewalk that wasn't put in until 1956.
Oh yeah, they're hundreds of years ahead of us, but I understand through my numbers that the planning comes out, okay, through frequencies, and those who are signed up, I don't know exactly how it works, but I don't know if you ever watched Bugs Bunny, where the two hillbillies are whacking each other over the head, right? That's the way it is. They have to do whatever it is. They have to follow the script they were given, or they will not receive new information. The good Lord that created this place, and I have to call it the good Lord, and I have to believe that there's a creator, because the stories I understand are way too perfect, okay, to have been done 1,000 years ago without having some kind of quantum computer.
Yeah, I've seen it too. It's like, and even my life has been like this crazy plan now, I believe it was, and it's amazing.
And they need money. Because in order for them to promote and to put forth, they need to give back something to show the appreciation for receiving. They have to go out and do the work. Okay, even if it's robbery, it doesn't matter. Okay, we're accepting the robbery through our tiger monkey. I don't know exactly how to say that, but through, you just mentioned it, 3 and 9. The 3 is going to be the tiger. The enemy is going to be the monkey. The monkey is what they call signature, because in French it's singe.
Well, guess what? They have those up on the side of the mountain where the phoenix bird is. There's carvings of I don't want to say the words, the M monkeys. It was like a gang supposedly or something like that, but I believe they took the symbol system from the ancient people and used it for their gang. Because there's like these carvings in it, and it's ONEY on the side of the mountainside, like painted ONEY, and then there's one of the special M's. Because there's a documentary of 2008, Eye of the Phoenix, Secrets of the Dollar Bill, where they discuss about the Stone of Destiny and, all that amazing stuff that I found.
One Earth. the one divided Earth. Well, Ani could be monkey, it could be money. Okay. Ne would be no, and O would represent Mars. Y would represent Earth. In fact, in ONEY, the O is going to represent Mars, right? Which is a trinity crossing of numbers. I'm going to show you that. And the Y is going to represent.
The E is not a regular E. It's kind of like a side angle E. Like it's not a regular, it's not American English E. It's some sort of other foreign type of E. And then the M has really long legs and with a small top. And those are the same inscriptions that I found in this neighborhood. That's the M neighborhood of 25 inscriptions in the concrete sidewalks.
The E is going to come off of the A. Here's your AE to one side.
Okay, so the A can also represent the pyramid, because the pyramid on top of the pyramid, right, has the A on the top of the pyramid, and then the legs come down and then you could make a bottom for it.
Right. Well, I'm not sure if I showed this piece of design here or if I drew it out for you. Let me see where it is. See the R over here?
Okay.
The A shows the A can be divided in the center. When you take out the protractor to create, you're going to go back to the central point you created with. You have 180-degree plane when you're crossing. It's 180-degree plane.
If you turn that to the side, then it almost looks like the three pyramids in the back of the dollar bill on the E, almost.
Yeah, here is the E. The E is going to show the three worlds.
The three pyramids, too.
At the same time, what that E actually is, or what it can be, or one of the ways, is when you're connecting 7, 3, 10, 9, 1, 10, 6, 4, 10, right? You see your 6, 4, 10?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see your 7, 3, 10? Your 9, 1, 10, your 8, 2, 10? Well, that 1, 2, 3, 4 is 10, in which you connect all your 10s to where the lower 10, what is the same on the lower house, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4. On the upper house, it's 30. The upper house is 3 to 1 times the value. And every single time you connect the 10, you pass through this one over here. That's the fifth position. That's the power position. That is the E position. So you create.
Because where I found the stone was behind number 10. Okay? It's like these 10s are like, so there's root 10, root 46, which equals 10. Then where I found the stone is 10. My birthday is 10, right?
10, you can use the 10 code in the house of BC, before the Christ, after the death. The A and D is what connects the BC, right? It connects the 5 and 5 world, in which one of the 5 is going to be a Y and one of the 5 is going to be an X. I don't think I'm going to explain that properly, because inside my head I wanted to finish off with those numbers, with the 10 and 24, right? And 46. So 46 represents, it's going to represent number 23. Number 46 will go down to number 23. It can be halved. That means I can have 23 here and 23 here. Another something special about 46.
One of my kids' birthday is 10/23.
10/23, that's October 23rd. So it's 1/5, so there's a vibration that's in between that. It's going to be 10, so it'll be Capricorn, and it doesn't have to be the birth name. It's just the birth number, how it fits to the zodiac sign.
My ex-wife's birthday, 9/11.
9/11 is the connecting of the system. You connect the two systems. You know the 33 record and the 45? Well, if I run this on a 45 angle, right? Or I end up with a 10. If I run this, I think it's the 33 angle is the closer angle. I end up with the 9. 7 and 2, 9, 8 and 1, 9. 4 and 5, 9.
33-degree Masons.
33 degrees is 1 degree above the freezing point. So when you want to, if I need to understand that, okay, 1 degree, when I understand that, okay, they're 1 degree above what the freezing mark is. That means they're into the E world through the separation of 2 and 3, equaling to 2.5, and that's where Earth comes in, where things get bigger and smaller. Also, because of the half world that we live in, we don't live on both sides of that protractor, right? We don't live on both sides of the protractor, so we only live on a half of the side. Although half is noted to be what is 5 or the letter E, that in this house, half of time is noted to be the letter 3 or C. So it's 5 and 3, 100% of something, half of it is 5, and D. The other part of it is what is 3 and C. So when the Twin Towers go down, 110% of 3 equals to 33. Mars, okay, in creation is 30. The upper world of creation from the lower world of 10 is the upper world of 6 and 9, 15, right, which is our birth into our light of life, through the 7 and 8, 15, to what is the king's gate into the queen's heaven. And I can show you all these. Look at the deck of cards. The king has 7 eyes. The queen has 8 eyes. The jack has 6 eyes. So I don't remember where I was with your numbers now.
It's a lot. It's a lot. It's amazing. It really is
I sort of cheated to learn this. I want to tell you, I cheated. I had a vision. See, here's that connection. Here's one wing, they call it an L. Here's another wing, they call it an L. You would connect it with the 5, you connect the both worlds together, the upper and the lower. 30 for the 4 months of 30 days for the 4 planets. Okay, the other one is 3 when it comes to 3. Well, how do you do the 3 for Earth and the 4 for Mars, right? Because Earth is the 3rd planet. Well, when you say 3 for Earth, it's because it's a 3, 1, 3 to the 7th gate. We're not going to count this row over here. This row is implemented over here in order to connect this row and this row. This row is implemented over here in order to connect this row and this row. And that's when you look at this, and it has to do with awake and asleep. The separation. When it's like this, okay, I am asleep and I am HN. When I am awake, I am IZ, like Izod. I am IZ when I am awake. So I'm showing you that the center here is the 4, 5, and 6. The center here is the 2, 5, and 8. So when you're awake, you're not going to use the 4, 5, and 6 other than using the 5E. When you're asleep, okay, you're going to use the 5E with the 4 and the 6 because you're asleep. And when you're with the 4 and the 6, you're going to connect to the DC world, the cold world, right? You're going to connect. I just lost my vision for a second. Just give me a second. I lost my vision. Yes, the 90 minutes of REM sleep, that when we do our transfer from the lunar awakening moon into the moons of Mars, we're not alone. These are flat faces. There are 4 flat faces around. Call it the ring. Call that 22, 36, 14 base numbers. The reason for that is there's 6 area spaces here. You don't see it. You see a dot, you see a dot, you see no dot, you see no dot, but they're still there. Every face is 9. If it's a blank space, if I fill it up, I get this. If I change it for Rubik's Cube, you have colors on every single side. Now, I'm going to get to something in which I forgot to say, and I hope I don't mix it up. 18 is on the cross. The Hebrews, okay, who say Chai 18, it's on the cross. It's on the cross. Buy a Rubik's Cube, okay, tear it apart and look at it. There's always going to be, no matter how big this cube is, I'm always going to have my 8 corners. It's what's in between, the center one that's in between, the crossing. There's going to be 18 this way this way, this way, this way, and this way. 18, 6, 6, 6. When we come here as I into the heavens.
They did stuff with 18 inches of concrete and 18-inch of bedding material that I found too.
And 1.5 times 12 inches to a ruler, 12, remember where the 12 is, but 12 must be 36. In order to get a yard, you need 10 yards for a first down. We run 4 downs in the NFL, we run the 3 downs in the CFL. It's the way the metric system works, connecting from one system to the imperial or royal system.
Okay.
Where was I with that thought? Sorry if I sound a little loud sometimes. 33.
Okay. Your passion is, it's fine. You're there's lots of information. It's okay. It's amazing.
I'm just looking at one of my other comments, the 33 vertebrae, the X cross. I have to look and understand the X cross. It doesn't matter what it is. If it's a motorcycle, if it's a unicycle, it doesn't matter what it is. Our base for everything over 20 years of this work, 11,000 or 12 or 13,000 videos. Sometimes I didn't know or I couldn't express myself to say what it was, through thousands of pieces of art. Like if you can see in the background here, that's my floor at home.
Beautiful.
That is, I'm not an artist. I just did I analyzed the game and I connected the numbers in the game. You can see over here, those are the 33, I believe that's a 36 markings. You see those dots? There's 36 here. Okay. So 1 and 2 is your base creation. So we're just going to count it like this. We're going to count it 33 and 3 because I needed these 3 to create and replicate. From this, I made everything else. All I needed was this.
Wow.
I didn't need anything more. And you know, if we're going to talk about 11, well, look at this, 6 and 5, 11.
And I was 7 pounds, 11 ounces.
Well, you're born as a cube. This cube is all about 7-11. I'll tell you that in a minute. So we spoke about number 46 and number 23. So number 23, what happens is, first of all, 21 dots on this cube. 21 is blackjack, where you pay 1.5 times the amount of money when the player gets 21, and you can take insurance, which gives you 2 to 1. Remember the split worlds? The 1.5 times.
They planted the oaks 21 paces apart too.
So that 21 is going to be the 21 dots on the cube. Blackjack, it's also going to represent the separation of 3 cubes. Right? The separation of 3 cubes. Hold on a second, I'm trying to think. It's 7, 7, 7, 21, which are 3 poles of this cube. 7, 7, 7, 21. In which 6 equals to 52. In which 1,
52, yeah.
In which 1, the number 1, equals to 34. 3 opposite 4. So 1 and 6 talk about all the other poles of this cube.
And 34, 3 plus 4 is 7.
3 times 4, 3 plus 4 is 12, and 7 is going to equal to 19 or minus 0.5. The E world connected with what is 19. I refer to it with 1 connected to 9 through the system connect of this. There's so many things going on. I'm going to explain that. You see the 1 and 9, they're both on opposite sides. That's the greatest distance. The greatest distance is 8. When you're drawing that ace letter, right? When you're drawing the ace letter, when you go bottom left to top right, the one going on this angle, is going to be going up by 4s. Plus 4, plus 4. Plus 4 to 2 to 6, plus 4 to 8. When the ace goes up on the other angle, it's going to be by 2s. If I move the dice cube like this and like this one going up to the right and movement of 4 will show me the 5 or 2 on top. When I turn the dice cube this way, going up by 2s, it's going to show me the 1 and the 6 on top.
Okay.
So there's all these stories I eventually I will explain in over time, but I can't do it all at once. Just give me a little bit of breathing time. I just want to breathe. A 777. Yes, 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 yes. I'm breathing here. The pig's pregnancy is 3 months, 3 weeks, 3 days. The pig, the female pig, okay, is a sow, SOW. Okay, it's going to link to the female, and there's 18 plugs in order to feed the children, in order to feed the piglet, ending with ET, also connecting to DNA, also connecting to 5G and our energy in our heart. The pig's pregnancy, the pig nose is flat. You go straight through it and you connect. Ours is a J. We have to hook it. The nose gets split in half. It becomes 1, becomes E. Why does the nose become E? You only have one nose. If you split the number 1 in half, it becomes 0.5 and 0.5. It also becomes 33 because half a time is 3. So instead of being 0.5 and 0.5 equaling to 1, you get 3 and 3 equals to 6 of your birth or to 60 seconds on the clock. It takes a rotation of 10 numbers in order to come back to the number you started with, in where 1, 10 times will end up to be 10. 1 plus 0 will be 1. Now 1, here's another thing about 21, and then I'll do 23 and 22, is that the next time you reach 1 as in first will only be when you get the 21st. Your assembly of 1 will be, the bookends are first and 21st, which means that we had 3 starts between ABC. We have ABC as 1, 2, 3. We have ABC when numbers are reduced to a single digit at 10, 11, and 12, 10 being 1, 11 being 2, C, 12 being 3. So we start at L. If you want to talk about L12, it's because your creation begins at 12, and that will be the female bat's mitzvah, 12 years, passing of 13 moons, or 156 moons passing. 156, 1 and 5 in between is 2, 3, 4 vibration. 1 and 5 is going to represent 1/4 of time. 51 will represent Mars. And 1 and 5 equals to 6. It's going to be a passage. We connect the 12 to the 13. Hold on a second. Where was I with that? Boy, too many explanations. Just give me a second.
13, you were at that point.
Yes, the ABC, the 1, 2, 3. So you get 1, 2, 3 with ABC. You get 1, 2, 3 with JKL. Okay, with yes, JKL. And then you get 1, 2, 3 again, okay, with S, T, and U. STU is 1, 2, 3 also. So there's 3 1, 2, 3s. And what's ironic is before we go down to the bottom with the S1, the S has 2 movements. The S goes from 19, 1 plus 9 equals to 10, to 1 plus 0 equals to 1. Noted that the 10 is now going to connect the entire 10 star system.
Wow.
In which, in French, because of the French and because of ways of English and a little bit because of Spanish, I know that when I use 2 numbers, right, and if I don't start at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, my 10 comes out at 0. I'm now going to count 2 digits. I need the 0 to occupy an area space where I can put my 1 next to it. And now I have a number here and a number here. I have 2 numbers. Now I'm in the 10 position. If I was looking at binary code, it would be, if I put 2 zeros, if I said 10, I need 2 positions in order to create that. If I said 10, I'm going to be working under $1, under 99. Under 99 is going to represent Jupiter in the 10th house. I know that 10 is more than 15 because once you get above 10, everything reduces because you're only using up half the house.
Oh, yeah, there's just so much information. It's amazing. It really, and how many years have you done this?
20.
20 years. Wow. I've been working on this discovery for just over 2 years, and I started on December 7th, 2022, when I entered into what I call the rabbit hole.
And it's not only but my 20 years, because I started with scratch, but everybody that's into it is going to pick up with the proper understanding on how to find all the pieces in your rule book, your Bible of life. And I'm going to explain that to you in 1 minute. But there was something I was talking about with inside of this. I don't remember where it was. Yes, so we did the ABC, and notice that the second ABC is not like the first ABC. When you say ABC, you can also go first. You can also go second. You can also go third. Now we know that when we go first, second, and third, we're still working under the split sun. So we go first, and we go second, and we stand, because all we need to do things is first and second. So we stand, and when we stand, what do we stand on? We stand on 17, the game of 21. The game of 21, where we pay 1.5 times the wager. Mars is 51, the 234 vibration that lives between.
Wow. Yeah, when I first found everything, I saw the trees were all 21 paces apart. I thought it was blackjack. I'm like, why they planted the trees for blackjack? But it was really a memory of the March 21st, the 20. You know, it's like now I'm understanding more, right?
What day was that? March 21st?
Yeah, March 21st, 1856.
107. It can be divided by 3. Everything gets divided by 3 and 4 to find your first base. Then you can divide it all your numbers, or just keep dividing it by 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Our base is all 1, 2, 3, 4. After that, you're getting to the other side where everything is Trinity, 3 to 1. This one is 30. This one is 10. Have you ever played tennis before?
A little bit.
Do you know anything about the scoring?
Kind of. It was a little weird the way they did it.
Okay, the scoring in tennis goes 15 when you get your first point, 15 when you get the next point, 40, 10 when you get the next point. So your 15 is 6 and 9, 15. In between 6 and 9 is 7 and 8, 15. The next point is this over here. Your creation comes on the third point of 40. That when you connect the 7, 3, 9, 1, 4, 6, 8, 2 is that 40. And that's your tennis score. When you end the game, you have to win by 2 add, because you have to win either by the cross or the X cross or the plus cross. Crossing through the E world every time you cross a line gives you 5, 10, 15, 20, adding up to the 60 seconds on the clock.
Okay.
But you only get 4 lines. You only get 4 lines. I'm going to show you.
And I know you talked about got to be careful what you say on TikTok, but the game with the wheel, with the ball, with the 36 or 35 numbers.
Right, that's right behind me. That's right behind me. You can see over here. Here's the 36 numbers. I'm not sure if my other group is going to see, so I'm going to see if they, I don't know what they can see. The phone is disappearing, but I'm hoping they can see what's on the screen, right? So what I'm going to show is when you see these 36, you can see that there's an X at the top in red. Then you can see there's a Y. Then you can see there's an X. Then you can see there's a Y. With this done, my analogy or analysis of this game is showing me it completed till it had the reflection of everything. It shows me that there's a center point, and the center point is right over here between the Y and the X, where it gets inverted and it starts over again. This connection ends up to be on number 18 and re-begins on number 19. That's the core. The total here is 111. If you talked at 111, right, that would be 60 and 51. 51 is going to represent Mars, and 60 is going to represent our life, or our life on the clock. That section in the center is 111. It's connected to the lower part 14, 1 and 4, 5, to the higher part 23, 2 and 3, 5, both of them equaling to 5. One is BC, one is AD. after the death before the Christ inside the X. And we can see we needed 36 of these. We needed 3 rows of 12 vertically, okay? And we needed 4 rows of 3 horizontally. So you can...
How about if I give you these 3 letters? JHB.
JHB. 182, 128, 62. It's going to be talking about Rubik's Cube, the doghouse.
It is my mother's birthday.
Yeah, it's going to talk about the connection through ape. It's a pre-creation. It's can you use the letters A, B as before? I'm not really sure which way to go with our 60 seconds running on the clock, but 6 times 2 is 12. 6 plus 2 is 8. There are 12 double colors on Rubik's Cube, meaning all the double colors will run here. There are 8 corners on the cube. The 1 and 2 12 will equal to 3. You will end up with 38. And I'm going to say this, it says heart of gold.
I'll tell you what, this discovery's helped me love myself and love even my enemies now. Or they were my enemies.
They don't know. Nobody knows. Until you learn, I'm not sure how many people are in this world that keep turning to the Bible. And Cynthia, I see, just give me a second to look at just some of my, the posts.
And if you can look at the picture I have, this is the cornerstone where Yeshua's stone was supposed to be placed.
44. Connection of area space between 4 and 4 inside the Valley Connect. That is only a partial part of the image. It's not the whole image. Nothing is the whole image. It's pieces and parts. It also looks like a number 3 when you turn it sideways. It's also the E, so it's going to maybe be talking about electric company and how they're celebrating, how they connected the moon up to the waters, and we are part of that flowing water.
Yeah, well, the picture shows the whole thing, but I'm just representing because you talked earlier of the R and the M, and that's what's on the cornerstone of this master building, cornerstone.
So I'm going to show you the M is going to also represent 7, right? What it is what is above is below. So remember, if you're sleeping, you connect 4, 5, and 6. The Federation, and that Federation is going to connect 2 moons, the Mars moons, between Saturn and Mars. But they get switched into Earth and into Uranus. So here's how it goes. 9 and 4, 13M. 7 and 6, 13M. 8 and 5, 13M. All M's are 13. 1 and 3 is 4. It's going to connect 4, 4, 4. It's going to connect A, E, and I. It's going to create everything into thirds. Right? That's going to go on through hockey, and it's going to go on through 20-minute periods, through 2-minute penalties, through 1 person scores a goal, 2 people get an assist, and then you plug up.
Can I ask you a question? So is this basically like you've decoded the Matrix? Like it's like the Matrix?
I don't know what I'm decoding. I'm just decoding everything. I don't want to put a name to it.
It all connects. Everything that it's amazing how I'm grateful to meet you because you're opening my third eye even more to more information of work that you've done, and it really relates to a lot of everything that I'm working on. It's amazing.
So when you breathed, imagine you just forget about the breathing. Take a glass dome, put a musical group inside of it that plays, put your hands on it. You're going to feel that vibration.
Yes.
Now, if they're not hitting any parts of the wall, how do you hear that vibration?
It's from the sound coming through.
So the sound comes through, but you can also feel the vibration, right?
Oh, yeah.
So if you're in that room and you're breathing in the continuous of that vibration. And thank you, Cynthia. The water that's in that is going to frequent inside your body, and it's going to continue cooking just like the meat on the stove or the food that continues cooking in a microwave.
Okay.
The air we breathe, 28. The word man, 28. It's ironic that in English we say woman, we say female, which is ironic because in French they say femme and And the way they spell it is it ends in MME in both fam and fam being female and being male. Now, why I'm saying this is because in the English, they're saying male, but in the French, they're saying female. And what's ironic about this is when they use the word woman, WO, it's 38, 3 and 8 is 11. When they say female, F and E is 6 and 5, and that's 11. Female and woman, they're both starting off showing you 11. Then when they go to French, they also go to femme, which is also F and E, also 11. And what's ironic about that is when they go to man, okay, in French it's homme, and it's the 8th letter and the 15th letter, okay? The 8th and the 15th letter. Okay, and what happens with the 8th and the 15th letter? It equals to 23. And the mathematics, 2 times 3, 2 plus 3, will be 6 and 5, 11. Not only that, but the number 23 is in the nighttime. It comes in the PM. The 23rd hour is 11. So they're describing to you with both man and woman that each one of them are going to reach 11, except the word man will not in English. Because man comes, okay, through the system connected of 9, all the connections of 9. Man comes from this face of 9, where the woman is going to connect from the moon Mars. Your first 11 is a 2-9. Your first 9 is a 1-8. Your first 11 is a 2-9. It's a 2-9-11, a 3-8-11, a 6-5-11, a 7-4-11. It's a 1-8-9, a 2-7-9. A 4-5-9, the bow tie, and a 9 and the 3-6-9. One side and the other side. When we crisscross through here, we also have to note these two areas on the cross. When you look at Rubik's Cube, what rotates on the cross directly that have the singular moon connected is on the cross. There's 18 on the cross, and there's one core in the center of the cube. There are 26 cubes surrounding one cube in here. It's 18, 8, and 1. We have to understand how 18, 8, and 1. The H can be spread out here. Let me see where that is.
Speaking of the H, inside of the pyramid, on top of the pyramid in the roadways, is 2 buildings. One has the underground Pew Pew Civil War Hospital, and the other one has a bee shelter. And the one building that's over the Civil War Hospital is in the form of an H. And it makes the pirate's key.
Okay, did you say hospital?
Yeah, it's a hospital.
Okay, that's why there's the H. Okay.
It was 1918 they built it.
Right, but H is for the hospital. It also possibly that the H, I'm not sure which one it is, if it's just one H or 2 H's, because inside the sun there should be 3 H's. Or 3 arches. We need the 2 arches at the extreme end, in which the center pinion arch is going to hook up to the left arch, and then the center arch is going to hook up to the right arch, leaving 3 lines that are vertical, I, and I, equaling to 27. But when you connect it the other way, what is I, and I, 27, 9, 9, and 9, will only be what is H and H, 88. 16. One will be 27, the other one will be 16. There's going to be an 11 separation within this. And this will be talking about PK. Do you know that the K9, that the letter K is 11? So when you say K9, you say 911. When you go to the pound, right, it's the K9, the pound, the K9, the 9 lives of the cat, or half a face. 9 makes up half a face. 11 makes up half a face. But the 10 makes up the complete face. Have you ever thought of this? A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4 equals to 10?
No, I didn't. No, I'm learning. It's amazing.
1, 2, 3, 4 on the ring equals to 10. So we have window is 88. We have window 10. And now when we come to window 11, it's because these are 2 moons of Mars. intercepting at the pole. We have one moon of Luna running at the singular pole. Here's a double pole, call it the ring. Here's a single pole, sorry, call this, yes, the double pole, call it the ring. The single pole, just call it the pole.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to remember where I was going with that.
I get the same way because there's so much information you have put together. Like when I tell someone a story or try to give them information, I have the same thing happen. We have so much information in our brains.
Well, I think you want to say in our brains, or how would you say by the air you breathe, by the gift of God, the gates of the Omega Divide brought two systems together through the motherboard. We are that motherboard. We breathe. Every time we breathe, we pick up that information. On the 29th day, do you know what happens what's special about the number 29, or what's not special about the number 29?
I would like to know about it because I just spoke about it yesterday because I know someone whose birthday's in the 29. I was like, well, if there was a 28-day calendar, 13 month, your birthday wouldn't be, you'd be on the first then.
Right. So before we get to that, I want to talk about the I and the two H's, or the three H's. There was one other thing I wanted to mention in that I think was very relevant. Just give me a second to reconnect. Yes, I was talking about the stars, right? See the stars? See, here's the 4-star over here. When I connect my numbers up to it, it becomes 40. Here's only 3. I can create 4 3-stars out of 1 4-star. When I go through here, I pass through the 5th number 5, the E. I pass through here 4 times. 4 times 5, or the sun system, because the sun is 54, love is 54, but I pass through here 4 times, the foxhole. So 4 times 5 equals to 20, the letter T. The reverse is G, like in 5G. Over here, I'll only pass through it 3 times in each one of these. So 3 times 5 is 15. Let's begin. Star Spangled Banner. Oh, say, can you see? And they say, oh, say, can you see? Because it's H-O, like an in French.
Wow.
Even the area space needed to create the stars on the American flag. Here's the number 1, here's the number 7. See the number 7? So let me write that down really quick. One and 7. You finish them off, we got 2 triangles. You overlay them, you have this. So I'm not going to do that now. I just want to show you and we're going to go to number 29 after.
And number 7, I told you about the 7 sisters. So when you turn the dollar bill upside down, and it says United States of America upside down, it shows the symbol system of the 7 sisters in between each of the letters.
I'd have to look at that because I don't have it in front of me. It also reminds me of Wyoming when you say that, because they have the sister mountains, and also I think I don't remember, somewhere north, it's somewhere north in the east near Seattle. They also have the sisters in Cabbage Patch. Sister is not like brother. Sister is not like mother. Sister is not like father. Within the word sister, we do not have the H to end in THER. And while I'm looking for this, let me write that down. So we're going to talk about that in a minute. Because every time somebody speaks, and I don't take this personally, but every time somebody speaks, I get more information because you open me up. The minute somebody talks, I know more. That's why I'm happy somebody is here, somebody like you. Thank you very much. I wanted to write that down. Oh, yes. The father, the sister, the mother, and the brother. Also to note that within the word sister, the SIS can also be looked at as 515. And when you look at it as 515,
I've got one you want to write down too. Write down this word, Kenville. This is the town that sits inside of the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill, and there's only one in the United States of America. Kenville.
Kenville. Okay, 10 in Hebrew says yes. The letter K is pointing towards that direction. So it's showing me the letter K is half a star. So it's showing me 5 less than 1 equaling to 4 Mars. And the K is the 11th letter. The reverse is going to be the 16-7. So it's going to be 7-2. So it's going to be located right here in the house of Bait, where there's 7 empty areas, where the 7th gate lives between these 2 areas over here, the 2 moons of Mars, showing me that inside the house is going to be the singular moon that you don't see. Now, with that said, wow, I keep thinking too much or not enough. Let me see where I'm going to go with this. Let me just take a 1 second or 5 second or 1 minute breather. Yes, 8 octopus, occupied, occuputs. The 9th part of the octopus is the head that's connected, okay, into the system, where there's more than 1 head connected into the system. There would be 3 octopus heads into the system here. There was 1 octopus head. The 9th area will be able to tentacle itself around 8 area spaces on 3 sides of this cube, if you want to do it that way. That's the octopus. Also to note for October, when bringing 2 shapes together, I lose the inside of my hand to the outside of my hand. I don't want to just talk. Let me, hold on. I wanted to show the American star. That's where I was going with this. There's a lot of information. I'm not sure if you saw this, but I'll bring that up later. This has to do with the Jubilee. Just give me a minute. I must find the book. I'm missing a book with some information that I want to share. I thought it was in this book. I'm going to pray that I find it. Wow. Well, because I'd like this. I can say what I want to say, but if I don't show it, you can't. You know, I don't want everybody to imagine and have a, oh yeah, I think I see it. I want everybody to see it the same way. You know, have you ever heard of Genesis? Or how about gene synthesis? Or how about every time you see the S and the I letter, it's actually 51. So in gene synthesis, it's number 51. Also to note that when you put G and E together, it's 57, going to represent the male, the female, and the moon. If you remember when I said that and you asked me in the future, that's why we're here. We're all plugins to each other right now. That's why I'm live. Gene synthesis. Yes, also in the word gene is Nasera Gesera. And Nasera is going to represent the IT system energy of the sun. And Gesera is going to be connecting G and E 5G to the moon. Okay, I don't have it here. There's something really wrong. I think I'm going to run upstairs. I can't find my R, my letter R. Or how about Moses with the bricks? Yeah, I can't find it. Wow, I can't find that one book. Give me a second. I'm going to be back in 2 minutes. Everybody take a break. If anybody has to make a 1 or a 2, you know, one of the first 3 things. Christ died at 33. 3 was on that side of creation, and 33. Now, from 1967 to the year 2000 was that 33 years of the Christ. Now we're going through another 33 years of the Christ, except there's a difference, right? We have to bring up, Christ would be in full form right now. So we would have to add on a minimum of 14. No, in order to get to the second pyramid, right, you'd have to reach which number to get to the second side of the pyramid, right? You'd have to reach ST, you'd have to reach T. So that would mean it would be 2020 when Christ gets to the top part of the pyramid, and then it's 6 steps down. And well, that would be the 52 of the alphabet. Let me look for this book. Give me 1 minute. It's okay, it's okay.
He has amazing information to the ones in the chat.
I'm gonna be back in a minute.
Okay.
I have to run upstairs and see if my book is up here. find it, but I'll use something else to explain it.
Yes, he's a good teacher.
It's pretty much upsetting that I can't find the book that's right in front of me. Wow. So the American flag. So we're going to do right now. Besides Moses putting all those bricks on the wall, right? Not for no reason, because it's a story. Oh, let me use this one. We just had an election in the U.S. It was on the 5th day of the 11th month, 5/11, which is the connection of all the Roman numerals, just to let everybody know. It's also connected to what is May 11th, which is the 131st day of the year, if I remember correctly. And that is going to be a connection, again, in honor of Saturn, in honor of the angels, in honor of the understanding of what 13 is. And I showed before what 13 was, right? 7 and 6, 9 and 4, 8 and 5, 9 and 6.
May 11 is something happened to me where I was ejected off of the top of the pyramid by evil people.
You were ejected off the pyramid?
Well, where I was living in the basement on top of the back of the dollar bill, the big letter E, the bottom pyramid, is where I lived on the top edge of it.
Okay, it's not exactly this pyramid you're talking about, right? You're talking about somewhere else here. Or is that from?
No, it's the one on the back of the one in the 3, like this one here. I'll show you real quick. It's the one that I showed you before with the big E.
Right.
The bottom pyramid with the M is where I lived in a house at the end of Sherman Road at number 11. And on May 11th, I was ejected by the Popo because of the connections. It's kind of complicated. And then before that, I was persecuted on 3/3/23.
3/3/23 on a corner of a cube. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but a corner of the cube would entitle to have you, your Trinity. Your Trinity. Now, my big question is it better to be 3? Is it better to be 4? I don't know which is a better number to be. I know 3 holds 3 sides and is completely, it's not on a pole. It's just 3 opposite sides, means you need 8 on all 3 sides. If it was 4, you hold 2 poles. If it was 2, you hold 1 pole. When it's 3, I like to think of it being on the corner of the cube, so I'm not really sure what that means. But I want to show you this compared to the American flag. Okay? In the American flag, this is Monopoly. One of these boards here is a Monopoly board. You have 4 corners, right? We have 4 corners. I think I have to go, let me go lower the sound of the dog for a second. You want to go outside? Yeah? You want to go outside? Yeah? Hold on a second. Do you want to go outside? Okay, let me give you one of these first. Go out. Hold on, I'm going to let you out. I'm going to let you out. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Go up. Okay, I'm shutting the door. Okay, hey, how's everybody doing?
Very good.
Use the remote. Yeah, I should have, I'm not sure, somebody just told me to use the remote, not somebody. Cynthia, I like to call it Cynthia. When I can't read a name, I read it the way my eyes see it. I like to use THC. Have you ever heard of THC? Time, Heaven's Creation.
Yeah. Well, don't say it on here though, because TikTok doesn't like, saying certain things. So.
They flag me very often, and then I just dispute it and I win. But you're absolutely right.
Be careful. We'll just say trees or something like that.
Oh yeah. Just like I say, I never went to the wax museum.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I didn't visit. So what it is with the American flag, okay, and with this piece of art that I'm going to show you first, or this design, is this is the Monopoly game, because you see 6 of them right? I like to use this as my 0, right? All of this around a center area. If you ever look at a 0, there's a 1 inside of it, right? We can use a pancake where we would compare a pancake to a core. And we can compare a pancake to a core, and we can compare a core to a solid, and the solid would be the electricity goes around the solid wire, while the plumbing and the water goes through the plumbing. So the current or the currency goes through the pipes, while the electricity would be all around the pipes.
Like
And
a
not,
pineapple, like almost like the core of a pineapple, right?
oh, like the core of a pineapple. Right, the core of the pineapple. And that,
Where all the juices flow up and then spreads out through the round circle.
yeah, I think it's just, there's a lot of things like that, like the sap of the tree running.
Yeah, well, the sap of the tree actually runs on the macadamian layer on the outside, but the inside is a solid core. I guess it's kind of the same, but the pineapple, I think, works differently. The center core is where everything flows up from the stem to feed, to grow the pineapple, right? So it has like a core in the center, like we core the pineapple.
Oh, yes, okay, yeah. I know exactly what it looks like. I got pineapple in the fridge that I have to throw out. It's mind-boggling, and it's tied up because I believe that's the feeder, right? The feeder center, that hard core. That's where is that? Is it your cortex?
Yeah, it's kind of like the spine of a pineapple, right? Because that's where where all of the nutrients and stuff flows up through, and then it feeds the pineapple to make the pineapple grow. It's its connection to the soil.
Right.
And trees are on the outside, like they have their roots that come down into the ground, and there's a macadamian layer. It's only like a 1/4 inch under the bark where all the sap flows. And in the center is the hard part. It's kind of the same thing, but the pineapple is kind of a little bit like the circle with the core, like you were saying, like a donut, or, with the core in the center.
Right. So either we have the donut, right? Or what I'm going to have is the pancake. The donut, I'm going to use where the water can flow through it. And then the pancake is, I'm going to use it in an example that you're not putting anything through it. So it's going to go all around it. I'll call that the electricity. Just not to forget, I want to mention the letter C is where the fifth wheel pinup, when you connect the tractor trailer, one of the things going on with the truckers, okay, yes. It has to do with the sun, but I'm not going to get into that yet. I wanted to talk about the monopoly first, and I want to welcome I Am God. If you want to say something before I start this, then go ahead.
僕の息子です。
Can you speak English so we can all understand? Or am I just not understanding the expression in the way you're expressing it?
No, I was just joking around.
Because you said a good word, You mentioned communication in your first word. When you said moose.
He was a troll on another account. Well, I don't know. He made some bad comments to me on another account, and I just didn't like him.
Okay.
Yeah, I call him my son, and I said it in Japanese. I just be in character. That's all, man. It's nothing personal, Chris.
No, but we're talking serious stuff here. This is not a fun and games child thing. Okay.
All right, what are we talking about?
Well,
I just joined.
I know, but he's talking about certain things with letters and numbers and just really amazing stuff. It's like the Matrix.
It depends. Do you know anything about coding or decoding or analyzing?
I know a little bit about analyzing.
So what I do is my Bible for my work for this channel, what this channel is about, is I analyze everything. And my Bible is where we can get the fairness and the truth for every single individual as playing a game that has rules, instructions, and regulations. I analyze everything, and what I do is first, I have to learn about these numbers, these 9 numbers. So I learned all about these 9 numbers. I also learned about that the letters in the alphabet are characters, and every letter gets a position. So every letter getting a position, it then obtains a number. So by understanding the numbers, I start to understand the alphabet. I start to understand the differences in words. Then I get my mathematics. Some of it is through games, rules and regulations in baseball. I know in baseball there's 9 innings. And don't forget, this is utopia in here. What it means is I'm going to make the numbers, I'm going to make the math perfect.
Can you put his mic on mute, please? Because he's making like some clicking noise and stuff.
Yeah, okay. So that was good. Yeah, you were saying, anyways, yes, the Bible, the 2 dragons, the sun and Saturn. Yes, yeah, he said your name and he put down a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know what it was, but anyways, now I don't remember where I was.
What is decoding this? What does it what is the result? What are you looking for in decoding all this?
Well, first of all, I'm just looking for what the numbers say, right? I'm looking for just what the numbers tell me. Once I learn what the numbers tell me, I learn about the alphabet. I just tell the story that the numbers tell me. So up to this point right now, if you want to know where we are up to this point right now, basically Earth and Mars are one. We run under 3 moons. We run under a divided sun. The zodiac signs, although there's only 9 numbers, how do we get 12 signs? Is because there are 3 signs, there are 3 different signs that are dormant throughout the day that do not work within the inner circle of life, but work more on the exterior of the heavens or area space that we live. So we're always rotating between. So that's what it tells me. It explains to me how the zodiac signs work, how the constellations work through games, whether it's games or symbols. Right? Are you typing out a
match? Does the Chinese zodiac count?
Oh yeah, the Chinese. Of course, there's a number to it. Sure, we have the rat is number 1. We have the ox is number 2. The rat is 39. The ox is 39. Angels are 39. 10 is 39. 3 by 13. And like I forgot to mention before, that the lower house of 10, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and the upper house, where the lower house connects to the upper house. Do you remember we used 9 and 4, 13, 7 and 6, 13, 8 and 5, 13? Well, the lower house is 6 and 1, 7, 3 and 4, 7, 2 and 5, 7. So in order to create these 7s, these 2 were from the lower house. I created my other 7 in the upper house. Sorry, these 2, okay? These 2 are in the lower house here. This is my 7 in the lower house over here, right? Although this is my first reflection. You begin to reflect right over here on 4. Remember I mentioned before, we have first ST, second ND, third RD. At the same time, you have gold first. You have silver second. On the beginning of these 2, okay, you have stands. You stand on 17 in the expression. You play that in the game of blackjack, the 21 dots, where blackjack is 1.5 times the payout. We'll discuss that in another part. Dogs are barking. Hold on a second. Very hard to concentrate when this is going on. Come on, guys.
Chris. Are you here?
Yes. What's up?
Why are you always grumpy?
Okay, let's leave that out. It's not for that. If you want to talk later, go and talk them somewhere else, please.
I don't want to talk to you.
Okay.
Because I can't waste that here. Let's not, listen, we are all fully connected for the breath we take. If you went into a dance hall and you were moving to the groove that your body picks up, you also breathe it in. So whatever you get from that music, so does your body unknowingly, and many times knowingly, because you won't want to stay there and listen because it's not your jive, it's not your jam. You know what I'm saying? So let's get back to...
I want to try to understand this jam that you're speaking, see do I dance along with the flow. Because right now I don't understand. You don't understand actually where this decoding that you're saying, what are you getting out of it?
I'm getting out the stories that I'm telling.
It just seemed more confusing. Like it just like, to me, if I'm going to decode something, it had to be a reward in it. and not just like.
Oh, there's a great reward in it. There's a huge reward.
He likes to bring people down. I would just drop him.
Oh no, that's okay. No, I want this to. I need a practice. I need a practice because I've had a lot of it over 20 years, and I've never really practiced.
Tacpans.
What's that?
Thank you for understanding me, Talk.
Yeah, that's okay. Because listen, I don't know anything. I'm not a psychologist. I don't know anything. I do know that a lot of times.
Because we had to question. That's all. Not blindly follow.
Yeah. So no, but so. My thing is when I began, I couldn't tell you anything. 20 years later, I found out through decoding the dots and dashes, the Morse code, finding the rules and regulations through games. Okay, I am speaking the story that the numbers tell me. Nothing more. What does it bring to me? I'm proud of myself. I feel good. I feel a sense of being. I think we all want to have something that's orgasmic, that we can do all by ourselves on our own. And it's even greater when you can partake with others who understand your vision. And with this, my end goal is that once we understand that the Lord, that there is somebody here that did create all of this, because this proves, okay, or will prove over time that it took a quantum computer thousands of years ago, because of how old the counting system in, or how old the numbers in, it's going to prove that there's somebody there, and maybe everybody will understand, stop fighting each other. Stop fighting each other. Because when you don't understand something, why do you do it?
So you're saying that these numbers and stuff shows proof of creation or something of God?
It shows proof. It shows proof, okay, if we can understand through the theory that it took a computer. We have to see between us of whether or not it could have been done, what I'm seeing and what I'm repeating and the stories they're telling to me, okay? Did it take a computer to build the system, to build the alphabetical system? And if we find out it took a computer, we know there wasn't a computer here 200 years ago, not even 100 years ago.
Oh, okay.
So by us understanding that, we'll then understand that there was a superior civilization before us. Right now, it's he said, she said, because we're going through books and reading books, and this is what I saw, and this is what it is, but the numbers don't lie. The math doesn't lie. It's an absolutely perfect utopia science. I can make anything perfect with numbers. If I want to get to number 17, I'm going to go 3 times 6 minus 1, or I'll go 3 times 5 plus 2. And because of the system I live in, my 1 is the singular moon of Mars, and the singular moon of Earth, and the 2 is the moons of Mars. 3 of them will be both the Earth moon and the Mars moon, but I won't miss by 3. And if I do miss by 3, that's only because I use my multiplication using number 4. Number 3 and 4 tell me everything. Everything switches once from 3 because I have 3 opposite sides. When you get the 4, you're just talking about the ring around the pole of this cube. So by me understanding, I can tell all these stories. I need to know, and I need to take a poll. How many people can see these 9 numbers on this? How many people see these here? How many people agree to 1? We need to understand and be able on a very, very low level that we can all see the same thing. We don't need a higher education to do what I'm doing or to see what I see. This way, when it comes to all these, we're following all these different kinds of obligations through what this good creator has said. Now we can meet the creator's transparency if this was created through a computer science. People cannot disagree with it. It would be very difficult to disagree with it. Unless you
artifacts from Mexico of spaceships and alien carvings that had advanced technologies way beyond what we have today.
UFO 366. There's 366 days in a leap year. 66 is a passage gate between 3 areas. What that means, right? 66 is when you're counting like this. 1, 3, 5, 7. In order to connect this one with this one, I have to put this cube over here to connect to this zone, to connect to this zone. And then on 7, now I should have done it this way, right? So if I got to, where is it? I got the 7 over here. I'm not sure if you can see it. Let's say I got the 7 over here. This is 5, this is 7, and then over here would be 5 again. It'd be 5, 7, 5. This is not the proper way to show that. Not sure if you'll be able to see this paper. Let me see, hold on, let me see this paper. So what we have in gematria, we only count the 7, right? And we count by 2s, 5 over to 7. And once you get the 7, you go down the other way. You see this little faint line that's in between? 6, the even number 6 connects 7 with 5. The even number 6 connects 7 with 5. Over the 6 area, you put a number 8. And the 8 joins 7 and 8. Now we no longer need the 66 or Route 66. We now go with I-80 running across the USA, no longer with 66. Now to prove...
It's right along where the Roxbury Township is, right through that area.
Highway 80?
Yep, I-80.
Yeah, I-80 replacement. They call it the I-80, right? The I, the 9. They're talking about the 9. They're talking about the heart. All the highways are the heart of the area space, I'm assuming. Now it says interstate. Ter means earth. State or 8. So ST also means something first, last, or the center. Because first seems to be the center or the gold. And if it is, then first would be the center, the split between two sides. Therefore, we need to put the rat at the center, and we need to put the rat with the ram at the center, or the Aries, because they're one zodiac sign. But there's many places where the rat lives. This is number 1 in the center of 2. So the rat might live with the tiger. So anyways, those are situational discussions. So here's what happens. Does 6 and 8 go together? Well, 4 and 4, let me see. 4 and 4, 8 equals 3 and 3, 6. And the mathematics is perfect with this. The mathematics is perfect. I'm going to show you the math. 3 times 3, 3 plus 3, 9, 6, and then da equals 3 times 3, 3 plus 3 equals 9 and 6, 15. 1 and 5 equals to 6. I flip the dice over the other way. 3 and 3. 4 and 4. There's no trickery. No trickery. Whoop. 4 times 4, 4 plus 4 is 16 and 8. 16 and 8 equals to 24. 2 and 4 equals to 6. The two of them together is the ox. The ox happens to be the second zodiac sign. So the ox or the Taurus is what's going to join with the first zodiac sign, what is the rat, and the Aries, where the Aries is to both sides. And that's what it's connecting to, the horns of the ox on the second zodiac sign. But it spreads out. There's many paliers, which many rings or many levels. So we can see the numbers are opposite and they match. Not only that, but every side, according to my Bible calculator, fair to everybody, got 9 numbers, and the explanation, you can have a separation, you can have the equal sign, right? If it was the phone, it would show you the pound key. The pound key shows me the separations between the numbers. The 0 shows me the combinations of a bunch of numbers. Every 0 will accumulate 6 numbers. That's how you can make a 0.
I still don't understand. One thing I don't understand, like I understand the journey, like you say, it brings you happiness, stuff. But once you get to the end goal, and you say, okay, there was this discovery that from 1,000 years ago or something, computer did this. Then what? Like the discovery then end, and then what you want to do then? It's like right now you're enjoying the climb,
Listen to this guy. He's
once
trying to
discovery
bring
is
you
found.
down from what you're working on. Do you understand what he's doing?
Oh yes, I've seen this before. I know exactly what he's doing, but like I said, I need a little bit of this. I need a little bit of this
You
in
like
order
being
to
real, yeah.
spread my inside out. So when I get,
I treat others how I want to be treated. If I come with an idea, I would love someone to challenge me in the idea. That's how we grow. And so right now, I don't understand it. I'm not going to sit there and say, I'm not going, I don't
Then leave the
understand.
live,
And just,
then leave the live then.
okay, you don't want to be challenged.
well,
Okay,
wait a
fine.
second. No, I want you to just stay for 1 second because I want to say something. Listen.
There's people that are rude and they're disrespectful. He's been
Do
working.
you think I'm rude by questioning you on
Yeah,
tap?
but you're
Am I being rude?
but
How
you're
I'm being
not-
rude? I'm
you're
Chris.
not being respectful of his work, right? Of what he's working on.
But
His
how
skill.
am I not being by questioning him, huh? How am I
It's
not
not-
being
It's
respectful?
not the
You
question.
had it in on me since I called you my son. Since I called you, you just been
Because
attacking me.
you
Oh no,
made
why?
all
Because I
those
am
comments
God.
with
That's why you're the
disrespect.
devil, and
What?
you're attacking me. So get behind me, Satan.
I'm not no devil.
He don't.
Okay, I'm going to take over the conversation here. Let me take over the conversation. I'm just going to say the way it is. Okay, one of the reasons this gentleman is doing what he's doing is there's a lot of channels out there where you can see there's professionals out there that cause this controversial discord, right? I have trouble with it, joining it, but I learned to understand it. And one of the things I want to do, I do like that question, is because once I spread out what I can do and people start to understand, I can let it go. And now everybody's going to start setting up their own little pools, their own little elephant pools, elephant small brain microprocessors. A lot of microprocessors working together have great effect. So when I set the effect into motion, what's that?
Yeah, you get more followers as well, and more people understand you. I'm not coming at you like trying to be disrespectful.
Oh, no. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just trying to explain to everybody else what goes on in my mind. You asked me a question. What does it bring to me once I got to this area? So I'm answering your question, and this is what it brings to me. I'm hoping once I can blow the fire and start that fire, and the fire is going, I'm going to share the fire with everybody that walks up to me with a candle. And now we're going to enlighten the whole world, and they're going to enlighten themselves. I can sit around the round table with 6 or 7 people, while 10,000 round tables are all around the world, and everybody puts down their arms and starts to give hugs instead, because this is the end result, and this is what's coming, the truth. And I want to just thank you for joining me in this. I'm just trying to understand how these things work.
Understanding me and not get offended like most people.
Well, no, I'm not. No, but I understand. It's just that what's going on is because I never put down the rules that we're not here to be challenged. I'm here just for the basic sharing and being challenged only on what is on the board, right? Because if I do get interrupted all the time, it's not about being challenged, right? I know what I can do, so this is that is not the discord in the group, and this
Well,
is.
with me, if I have an idea, then my whole point, if I want to bring an idea out there, I'm expecting to be challenged. You know, like me stating that I am God. If so anyone challenge me on that, I would love them to challenge. You know, a lot of people have. You know, so I don't get offended over it because that's the whole point. Once you put something out there, you expect to be challenged.
But I'm not. I'm sharing. I only want to be challenged on my work. I don't want to be challenged on why I'm doing the work. Challenge me on the concept.
Why you doing the work is if you want others to follow you, they gotta know what is in it for them and where you know. Like,
Oh, that's personal. What's in it for you is personal. That's not up to me. Everybody, if you
so
join
I'm
this.
asking this because I'm trying to understand and see what, like I say, see what is it my dance. If it's not my dance, then I'll understand the result of it, and then I say, okay, you know. So.
Well, if that's an individual thing you would have with the good God, right? The good God is the division inside yourself, whether you can figure out whether this is going to be good for you or not. I'm not here to be a daddy and teach somebody what's good and what's not good. You have to learn.
I am the dad. I am God. So, but thank you, though.
You're welcome. Have a nice day. Thank you.
You too. Sir.
Okay, bye. Okay. So yeah, and thank you, Chris, for standing up. But I had an agenda within my head. I already knew that there's a lot of people that come on just to break the flow of the group. You can call it the big bad wolf trying to knock down the pig's house.
It would be nice if he was just a little, he was respectful more, because he like wants to change everyone. He was on the other one. He wanted like, it just, but it's about respect. You've been working on this. You're sharing your knowledge, and I want to learn about your knowledge. And then people come in and they kind of right the flow, right? Like you said. That's all. It's just a respect. People should just be respectful. That's all.
Yeah.
And they're going around saying, you know, I'm God, and you're my child. I mean, that's childish in my book. But otherwise, let's get back to what you're doing here, because I'm...
Okay, so I wanted to get back to the American flag, okay, and this Monopoly thing. So I'm going to just show you the Monopoly thing. I might have to make a phone call. So this is the Monopoly board. For those who've played Monopoly before, right? For those, you know what? Before I do that, because I want to take off the back screen. Maybe it's altering me. Does anybody see the back screen there? If anybody wants to know more about that, either write to me or I'll bring it up in my next video. I'm not sure if I want to keep it there. So if you have anything you want to ask about that, I'm telling the other group that I'm just showing off the floor at home. So this is the Monopoly board. You have the corners, you have the trains. If you notice, a corner is square and an area space here is rectangular. So you'll have 4, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 for each property. It'll be 8, 2, 8, 8, 2, 8. You ever hear of it? 28 days to the cycle of our moon. The trains are traveling. If it was the dartboard, you'd have the 25 and you'd have the 50. You'd have the 25 and the 50. The 25 that goes around enters into 4 houses. 4 by 25 is $1. We end up with the 50 spot. So here's the count.
Also the 28 days with the woman's cycle and 28 squares on the turtle shell.
And here we have the 2, 8, 2. Here is 8 and 2 and 8. From this corner to over here is going to be 22. From this corner to over here is going to be 22. From this corner to over here will be 22. And from this to over here will be 22. Right? We're not going to count what's in the center. So it'll be 88, 0, 22. You ever hear those numbers before associated together?
The 88, not really too much to 22, unless it's...
How about you call in and you pick up Mr. Trump at 88022, text me.
I didn't even think about that.
8 and 8 is 16, 1 and 6 is 7, 2 and 2 is 4. 7 and 4 is Jesus, 7 and 4 is energy, 47 is time, 47 is the bull. We run 7 months of 31 days. We run 4 months of 30 days. The 7 months for the 7 days for the 52 numeric value for the earth heart. We run the 4 months for the 30 days in the representation of the creation of the half-life of Mars. 30 days for the Mars, 4 months, 120 days, 120, add 1 through 15. We go through the game of pool. We now have an 8 ball. We have the heavens between the 7 low balls and the 7 high balls. That when you have the 7 high balls, you have 6 balls with 2 digits. That's 12. And 1 ball with 1 digit equaling to 13. Did you follow that? Also to note that when you run a straight line to a single square all the way to the end here, it's 13. There's 13 all the way down here. In between here, there's 9. It's 9, 13, 9, 13. So Roman numeral bookends, M1 or 999 or saying I am are those numbers. Or actually it's I'm is 22. I am is 23. So when you get to 23, you've now divided, put the ace letter, division of the sun, and 23 and 24 are dividing between Y, between 3 and 24X, and between 4 and 23W. It divides here, and on the higher self of the alphabet, It divides again between 23 and 24. That is your CDDC. CDDC, DC is red. It's the hot water. Hot is number 43 DC. Cold is number 34. And 34 is going to be cold. And cold is going to be for DC. Sorry, did I go? Hold on. There's DC and there's AC. AC cold. Just give me a second. CD cold, DC hot. Hot 27, cold, hot red 27, blue cold 40 equals 67. Soul and water are both 67. So it's between the hot and the cold, between the swamps moving inside of us. Anyways, just give me a second. Back at the door, I can't think and do two things at the same time. We still didn't talk about number 29, and I have to make a phone call. You coming in? Come on. Okay. Yeah, just give me a minute. I have to check my phone. If you don't mind, it's going to cut off on my phone. So for those of you who are following me, sounds good. How you doing? World of the rising sun. Yes. Same as the days of Noah. Yes. Thanks. What I'm saying, the people are under a spell, standing under a spell. 7 sons of Genesis. So we understand, and we spoke, that this cube, okay, although all the sides are 7, the calculator shows us wherever the calculator is now. Wow, I don't even have the calculator anymore to well, where's, that's not possible. That's not possible. So I lost a book and a calculator, and I haven't even moved. So yeah, I have to check a message. Just hold on a second. Do the thing with the American flag. Then I'm going to finish the Monopoly. And then I'm going to do the number 29. And then we're going to finish the Monopoly. And then I'm going to do the number 29. And then we're going to end it. The thing with the American flag, I'm going to do it real quick. The movement or the sine wave in the American flag will look like this. The reason for that is on the top row.
Like 3 pyramids?
Yeah, you can. I don't know if it's 3. Hold on. I'll tell you in a second how many pyramids it is because I'm redesigning it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. There's a difference when you move numbers, when you put numbers and you run on an angle, right? You're going to be counting by 1s. If you're counting up and down, you count by 3s. I'm not going to explain that piece. Right, hold on a second. Oh boy, okay, this one goes here, this one goes here. I'm going to have to show you that also if you want to see it. All the stuff I do is it's all mathematical correct. What I say is exact math. So if someone's wants to debate me on it, you can't debate. Just go and look at the calculator and what the results are, or ask anybody. Any 20-year-old or 15-year-old will always have the same answer in the majority. What happens is the American flag, okay, or how I see the American flag or analyze it, is going to have 6 stars. Then it'll have 5 stars. Then it'll have 6 stars. Then it'll have 5 stars. Then it'll have 6 stars. Then it'll have 5 stars. And then it'll have 6 stars. It'll have 5 rows of 6 stars equaling to 30. Then it's going to have 4 rows of 5 stars equaling to 20. 20 and 30 equals to 50. 4, 5, 6, the Federation. I want my calculator. I want my calculator. Hold on a second. Okay, if I walk away again, am I going to lose anything else? Wow, this is not possible. Am I aggressive or what? Where in the world? Oh, I'm so dumb. Oh my God. Oh my God. I did it like yesterday. I can't believe it.
Right where you left it.
I used it to move my screen forward. So I put it behind my screen. So we showed the 3 and 4 is what makes that full connection, right? So now I don't remember what I was using it for. Wow, don't remember why I brought it out.
American flag, and then you.
Oh, yes, thank you. The Federation, 4, 5, and 6. Here, 4, 5, 5, 6. The word sun, the word love is going to be 54. Now, whether it's 2 times 27, whether it's 3 times 18, whether it's 4 times 14 minus 2, whether it's 4 times 13 plus 2. So now I have to add 2 moons of Mars to get the energy communication through the sun in order to have the perfect equation. It's because it's Trinity, it's usually only going to miss 1, 2, or 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. 0, let's count that for what? The sun, everything outside the E world. I can count that for. So anyways, let me get on with the American flag. So because you have the American flag set up this way with 30 and 20, and you know in 2030 what happens, you know that when you look at this, you have 4, 5, 5, 6. It says FED like in Federation. The Sun Fox Passage Federation of 666. 666 inverted is 888. And I'm going to show you that. It's a part of the star system because 1 is going to lose its position to another number. 1 is going to end up to be at number 58, 2 times 29, right? Because it's 1. Well, I have to charge my phone. Hold on a second. It's 1 on the lower level. It's 18 on level 2. Sorry about that. Hold on, I'm talking about number 1 now, right. So number 1, then it becomes number 10 on level 2, then it becomes 19 on level 3, then it becomes 28 on level 4, 2 and 8 is 10, 1 and 9 is 10, 1 plus 0 is 10. Number 21, like I said, the bookends between first and first, between second and 22nd, between third and 23rd. After that, it's time heaven. It's TH. TH runs from 4th all the way to 20th. I'll get back with that another time. Let me finish the American flag. That was a commercial break. Over here we have the 50 stars of the American flag. In between the area space between each one that we do not use, just a blank area space, is going to be 49 areas. There will be 49 areas and there will be 50. The total will be 99. The total is 99. You know the 2 marks that you make? 99. You make 2 marks, it's 99. The highest a mark can go if it was a number is 9. You make 2 marks, it's 99. If you go for inches and feet, for the inches you make 1 mark, it's 9. For the feet you make 2 marks, it's 99. 99 is like the change in your pocket, right? It's not a dollar. It's not C. It's 1 and a C next to it. So that's how you get your American flag. Now, the American flag now needs a rim to it. So in creating a rim to the American flag, it's going to create a line of 13 across. There's going to be 5 rows of 13 across. Equals to 65, 11. Then down, right? Then down, you see we had 1 row, 2 rows. You have 5 rows and 4. We have 9 rows. Then here, in order to encompass it, we need 11, right? So now what we're going to have 11 times, hold on a second, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think it's, hold on. Wow, did I get that right? Just give me a second. No, that 65 is only 1 row. Let me just figure this out a second. Just give me a second. We have 5 rows of 13. Okay. Oh, yes, we have 5 rows of 13. Oh, yes. And then we have 4 rows of 13 equals to 52. So this is what it is. When you work the 5 rows, the 5 stars, right? When you start on this side here and you end on this side here, it's going to be 13. There's 5 rows where there's going to be 6 stars. So you're going to go 5 by 13 is 65. Then what you're going to do is here, underneath that is the ones that start on the inside. There's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. So you have 4 rows. So now this, you're also going to do 13. The 4 suits in the deck of cards, 13 to a suit, 4 by 13, 52. You add them together, you get 711. Or 1, 7.
And if you take 52 and invert it, it's 25.
Right, 25, 52. Both the Earth is both 25 and 52 to a short count. And check this out: 2 times 5 is 10. 2 plus 5 is 7. 7 and 10 is 17. Now that is going to. There's another story for that. I mean, it doesn't stop. I mean, I just whatever you mention, whatever you say is just going to pop up somewhere. You know, it's just. It all connects. It just doesn't stop. You see, we're not born with 4 suits. We have 3 suits for our life. The 4th suit creates the mirror. So are we the 3 suits, or is it the 3 suits and then our birth comes on top of the 3 suits, right? Like this suit over here, right, is blank. This here has no life in it. I need to take my 1 life, put it over the 3 areas of 8, 8, and 8, or 8, 1, 8, 1, 8, 1, the 3 divisions, right? 8, 1, 8, 1, 8, 1, 3 cubes, and put my life, the area space, and I put my life, here's the book. I have the same book. I put my life on it, and now my life occupies that area space. I am 1 part of the 3 parts of the 4 parts of what there are, except 1 part is not in the game. It only comes born into the game and goes over the 3 parts. If that's making sense to you. So then when we get 117 area spaces, what we have to see on this calculator is this. Are you ready? Are you ready? 13 colonies hex for a beehive. Yes, when you do the 13 colonies, you'll do 1, right? And then you'll do 6, then you'll do 1, and then you'll do 6. Or what you'll do is you'll go to 6, the middle one will be the 7th one, and then you'll go down to 6. And you run this on an angle, because running on angles, when you run on an angle, I'm going to take the backboard off because it's bothering me. When you run on this angle and you count this way, you go 1 dot, 2 dots, 3 dots, 4 dots, showing me that the 2 dots show an area space and create half area spaces. As to when you go straight up and down, that when you're going up and down, you go from here, you're going 1, 2, 3, 4 on these angles. When you're going up and down over here, you're counting by 2s. You go 1, 3, 5. Here you're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here you're going 1, 3, 5. Over here. Here is connected to the same house. Here's 1 area block. When you do it a straight line, you connect the 2 dots, but it's the same thing. 1, 3, 5. So like this, counting by 2s, like this, counting by 1s. The thing is, the house is split. So right away when the house is split, I end up with this delta angle. One of the reasons for the dalet, the 4th letter in the Hebrew language, and the delta in the Greek language showing me this. Because when showing me this angle, I'm now counting by 1s. Here I have to count by 2. Is it because I have the 2 moons of Mars to the 1 moon, the singular moon of Earth? Right? So we did the basic things of what the flag is. I just wanted to finish off that flag with, hold on a second, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 by 11 equals 55, and 4 by 11 equals 44. Yes, we also want to do this. This is what I wanted to talk about. In order to get to the American flag, right? 4, 5, 6 Federation, 52, 52 Earth. Yes, 1, 3, 5. Thank you, Jabless. Thank you very much. Thank you. Need a close-up. Need a close-up. Tell me what you need a close-up with. Okay, so I want to reprogram, right? like I said, where are my tools? Before I just jump back, hopefully you don't forget. My tools, my Bible, is what every man, woman, and child has in fairness on this planet. The fairness on this planet. Right here. When we play the game and I roll these dice and you pick up the dice, most often or not, you'll say 7. Most often or not, you'll say 3 and 5, 8. If it's in backgammon, we use them individually. If it's in Monopoly, we use them together. If we use them together, it could be because we're in association between these two rows, using it together. If it's in backgammon, it's possibly we're using this side and this side, or this side and this side, and we need separation from them. Because on the cross, and there's 18 on the cross, 18 around 1 on Rubik's Cube. Remember that, 18 around 1. Remember what 19 is. 19 is what connects the birth in the split sun between the two worlds. 2 by 19 or 3 by 6. Sorry, 2 by 9, 18 or 3 by 6. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to show you this cube. We see 1 dot, the 5. There's 8 that go around. So 1 and 8. We go to number 2. 2 to the corner. We take 2 corners. We have 7. We have 2 and 7. We can't start anything until we have the 1 between the 2 to create the life and to better understand the 3 districts. We take 3 here. We have a total of 9. We'll now have 3 and 6. After that, we have the 4 corners. There's 5 in between. It'll be 4 and 5. Then we're going to get to the number 5, and there's going to be 4 empty spaces. It's going to be 5 and 4. Then we're going to get to 6, and there's 3 empty spaces. 6 is opposite of the 1. And that's the way we're going to look at this cube in a second formation. I'm going to look at the cube in a second formation. But I do want to tell you that only 1 and 2 do not repeat, because it took 1 and 2 for your duplicate creation, 3, 6, 6, 3. 3 dot 6 void, 6 dot 3 void. The male organ, right? The organ that does the number 1, right? The PP, number 63. The female organ, just like the number of the sun, 54. 5 and 4 resides inside 6 and 3. It also resides, okay, in between 4 and 5. This number also resides within inside itself. Why? Because when you go on the calculator on numbers, 4 over to 5, it'll be 4.5. That's what will come out. 4.5, 45. When you add 1 through 9, when you add 1 through 9, it equals to 45. The average when divided by 9 equals to 5. It's the I world living in the E world, A, E, and I. A is the split world. It's split. Here's your A. It's split. You live on one side. Can you call, I don't know. It looks like the sigma to me. You can look at this also as a building. You see this cube here? We can now create a building out of this. Let me see if I can do this. Hold on a second. We can create a building out of this. So where was I with this piece of action? Yes. So we can see the 1 and the 6 are opposite of each other. Here is the 1 and 6, and when you turn it around, it's the 1 and 6. So when I have the 1 and I have the 6, 7, I have the 8 and 3, 11. When I have the 1 and 6, right, when I pick up the dice cube and I have the 1 and 6, what is missing is 8. What is missing is 3. 8 and 3 is 11. When I have the 2 and 5, 7, when I have the 2 and 5, 7, like you can see here, and it shows that when you do have the 7s, they duplicate themselves. All the 7s duplicate themselves, right? When you have the 2, 5 for 7, you have 7 and 4, 11. Now when you have your creation, Earth and Mars coming together, they also, just like all the other ones, duplicate themselves. So when you have 3 and 4, you have 3 dot and 6 void, you have 4 dot and 5 void, you have 7, 11, 7, 11, 7, 11. With that said, you have 117 area spaces. 13 this way by 9. 9 by 13 is 90 and 27, birth in the house of Bait. When you go horizontally up and down, right? Let me see what the answer to that was. When you go up and down with the flag, you have 511, just like the elections, and you have 411, totaling 99. Jupiter and representing number 13. The 99 can also be representing 66, and it's the passage in the 7th gate in the 8th heaven into the 2 worlds, both zones. We travel in all the zones. We don't use all the signs at the same time. The seasons change because we're moving around in the area space. Let me see what else is in here. Sorry sounds good. I haven't been looking at both of the, I'm just looking back at some of the, boy, oh boy. Yes, X also equals to 10 Roman numeral, as it equals to the 24th letter, as it equals to C. Reverse X is C. So we might think of multiplying it by 10. Is that what the Roman numerals are telling us? Is the M letter 1000 telling us a story? Is the D letter 500 showing us half, telling us a story? This half and this half. It seems like 5 is 5 more than 1. Well, 1 are 2 sides, half and half. So 1 and 5, A and E come together, right? When you divide the A, right, with a line, it's created by like an I. So it becomes the I and E. So I and E, it's the E-I-E-I-O, 59 minutes, 59 seconds on the clock. I wanted to finish with the Monopoly board. So this is the Monopoly board. When you go to Waterworks and Electric Company, okay, when you get to, it becomes the 13th area or the 29th area. The 29th area, and I said I'm going to mention this before I end the video. Number 29, 135 ace, 135 ace, okay? Did we mention this also? And there's a lot of things. I didn't finish off my balancing beam. Is that ACE is 135. And 135 also spells the word sun to a reduced single digit value. SUN. 135 shows a split between A and E. And it is that creation in the sun where the creation is split. Sun equals to 54. It also mentions fox. The word fox is number 6, 15, 24, equaling to 45. The 13 is 1 and 3 is 4, and 5, you have that, 45 for fox. 2 and 4, 6, 1 and 5, 6, and 6. The reverse cube, the reverse cubes of 6 is 8. And when you reverse cubes, you end up with FOX 45 and HQZ 51. Fox headquarters. In between this is your 2, 3, 4 vibration. You have the area, which is going to be area 51. '76 and 96. This is Earth and Mars in its birth rotation. The Q and the Z are removed from the telephone, okay, on the ATM machine. I'll explain that another day. I'm trying to remember where I was going with Fox headquarters. Fox headquarters. 666, 888, 7th gate, or the cube is passing through, but there was something else I just saw inside of this. When area space comes together, Earth and Mars comes together. The totality of area space, right? The totality of area 51, right? Where 5 and 1 is 6, okay, for Mars 51, and Earth is 52. That's why I brought this together. Earth quarters. They're both quarters. 25% of 60 seconds on the clock is 15 seconds and 25%. They'll represent Earth and Mars. 13 and 15 is M and O. Call that the mother. Perhaps the motherboard plug-in. Something to do with a plug-in. I don't remember what it is inside this area. But inside the area, inside of this, you're plugging in 2, 3, and 4. And inside of this, you only have to plug in 3 and 4. Inside of Mars, I need 2, 3, and 4. Inside of Earth, I only need 3 and 4. And the numbers that come out of that, or the letters, yo, 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 7 come 11, the game of craps. Why is it like this? The 25th letter is Y. The 15th letter is O. Y represents the Earth now. O represents Mars. I need 4 times 90, as Mars is the 4th planet. As Earth is the 3rd planet, I need 3 times 120. 120 works in the game of hockey, 3 periods of 20 minutes. This, okay, works in, I'm just trying to figure out, yes, the 4 quarters. 4 quarters of any denominator of time. Now, when we're talking about 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4, they're going to be a reflection of 9, 8, 7, and 6. When we include the 5 in it, we're including the E world, where it's going to connect part of the upper and lower realms. Like I said, here's my 7 here, and here's my 7 here. So the 2 connects into the 5, the 8 connects into the 5. Now the 28-day cycle of the moon shows me what's happening. So since they both plug into the 5 and the lower one equals to 7, it's now explaining to me that when I connect my 10 and I connect here, I automatically connect number 7. 5 times 2 is that 10. 5 plus 2 is that 7. It's showing me how we are plugged up to the Earth gate. EA, the E world of the split sun. EAR of the plane, the horizontal plane that the R takes up, right, in the 3 worlds. Here is my 3 eyes, 27, that when you connect the three eyes together, you end up, the 3 pillars, you end up with H and H. There is a different way to do this, to show an alternative understanding, and that alternative understanding is to understand the difference between this and this. So if you say the B has a bigger bubble to it, one of the reasons the B, you ever see the B letter, right? One of the things about the B letter and this is because when you start over here and you draw the B letter on this angle, you end up with something that looks straight like this. This is my interpretation. I also look at it as this. This is going to be 22, and that's going to be 33. Earth and Mars, sky pass. At the beginning of this video, I mentioned 33 is 1 degree above the freezing mark, and apparently I think it works at 1.8 Celsius is that number. I forget, I don't want to look it up, but there's a rational number in 1 degree. The real thing that we're looking for in between 32 and 33 is the understanding of 1 degree of Fahrenheit. Let me see, I just timer Timothy sounds good. I have to look through all these messages. Yes, Uranus, there are 3 planets that have a sun, and Mars and Earth and Saturn all have rat in the name. Thank you, Cynthia. Yes, and Jesus Christ as well. Christmas as well. Christmas is noted to be what is the power? What is the power within your birth, within your life? That's what it says in the game. 3 times 3, 3 plus 3, 6 and 9. Who came here in the birth of 9 into the life of 6? You did. 9 times 6 is 54. That gives me love. 54 is the sun. 54 is the female part. Love, like I mentioned before, what the greatest thing about that word is, you should see it. That 3645 spells love. It's the only duplicate. The 63 is for the male organ. The 54 is for the female organ. They equal 117, the same as the flag. Do you see how everything is coming together, how everything works? This word over here is the only word that duplicates. And look how you write love. This is all it takes to write love. 4 numbers, 4 letters. There's no outside reflection of love. Love is itself within itself. Inside the word. Mars has 2 moons. Before I leave this, I'll be here for probably another 10 minutes, but before I leave, or maybe I'll be here longer, but I do have a phone call to make, okay? If you can help out the channel, I have, let me see if I'm allowed to write this. I'm writing it out this way. Mr. Tacpans, 7286. 86 for the house planet that we reside. We reside in the DC house. Half of this is 43. Half of this is 36. 9 times 8 or 3 times 9. The angel birth that we are in creation. 9 by 3, 27 inside the house of Bait, which is 3 times 6, 3 plus 6 equals to 18 and 9. Let me see where else I'm going to go with this. Yes. So this is basically what it has to look like inside the house. I'm not really sure where to do it, but this is one of the formations. 3 eyes, 1 eye is into the center. I'm not sure where I should go up. In between H and H, 88, I am. And when you look at this, right, anytime you look at a point, it possibly can mean distance. And when you go through the areas, understanding the areas, 2, 5, 2, 5. 52, Earth, in between the bookends of 2 and 5. And then we have possibly a roadway. What I also wanted to mention is that when we counted on the angle, right, not to leave it out, when we counted on this angle and we counted over here by 2s, it was the counting by 2s that showed me a whole area space. That when I counted by 1s, it showed me that the area over here by counting was a half area. So therefore, it acknowledges that when you're counting by 1s, okay, it is a half area. So you automatically need 2 and 1 in order to create a whole area when counting. In order to create, or let's say call that the illusion of understanding. I'm not sure if you understood that point. I'm not sure if I explained that properly. 3 eyes would work. Enter fear and see, entered sight and sun. It's funny that it's very hard to see when the light is too bright. World of the rising sun, 7 suns, Genesis. Genesis, or how about gene synthesis, or how about GE representing 5G TV? Call that the moon. NE is the IT system, or the conflicting energy of the sun. For every breath you take. Yes, I wanted to talk about sister. In the word sister, we don't use the H like within brother, mother, and father. I'm going to talk about that. Also, we started to talk about number 29, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to complete that in this video. Maybe I will. Hello, Cherry Art. So let me see over here what's going on. Thank you very much, God bless. How do I do that, right? Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I think there's somebody else that wants to come on. I just noticed over here. Okay, I'm going to let you on, but I had something to finish before I do. I just wanted to see something over here. I just want to see what I'm completed. Yes, so just give me 1 second before I let you on. I think you just disappeared, right? Oh, no, you didn't. Okay. Is that so? We notice that the cube is all opposite 7 and 11. There's 22 voided areas, 11 and 11 on this angle, 11 and 11, 22, where you'll see 14 dots. And then we have the 11 on the pole. I'm not really sure where else I'm going to go, if I've left something out, and there's still a lot of stuff, but we're going to interrupt myself. And I think Red Jen wants to come on. How are you, Red Jen? Let's see if this is going to work. Hi. Would you like to speak, Red Jen? Or would you like me to continue? I'm going to see where I'm going to go with this next. So we did the Monopoly game, right? The continuation before I finish it. Let's say I finished. We note that the trains, okay, are on number 6, 16, 26, and 36. We know that the properties of the train, usually when you have a train, you own both sides of the property, just giving you the lowdown of this. The area center over here is one area. There are 6 all the way down this way. 6, 6, 6, and 6. It's 6 and 1 connect and 6. 6 and 1 connect. We're just trying to remember the other formations. Yes, go to jail is number 31. It's 30 when resting here. It's 0, 31. Means the area space that I stand, that will be my 0, right? This is number 31. It's going to represent 3 times 7, 3 plus 7 equals the cube. And that's your creation alpha beta, your 7th gate in the house of bait. This 2 cube over here is going to have 7 empty spaces in it. And actually, it does have empty space. And when I pick up my Bible over here, the calculator Bible, I'm only talking about the 9. I'm not talking about the 0. I use these all for formation. The 0 will connect an association of numbers. The dot will separate my numbers. And the equal, anyways, I'd rather do it on the phone. I'm not formatted to explain that properly unless I show it exact. On the phone, I could. The pound key separates all the numbers. The star key shows me that I can use a star to connect the numbers. And the 0 also shows me that where the star can't go, I can use the 0 to connect 2, 4, 6, and 8 to go all around 5. Number 29. If I go backwards or forwards, right? 13, 13. But if I go from here down to here, it's 29. Here down to here is 29. Here down to here is 29. What happens to the river on the 29th day? How do we end a sentence? When you're in school, we end a sentence. The end of the sentence, we put a period. So if you're missing that period on the 28th day in this utopia world that I'm working on, meaning if you miss your menstruation cycle after the 28th day, it means you're pregnant. You are going to miss the 10 total cycles of the moon, 280 days. But nothing happens on the last day. Time started 3 days before. Therefore, on the 277th day, or October 4th, which is noted as 10-4 communication, right? And there's a whole bunch of things to mention in this with number 10. When you play blackjack, the game of the cube, okay, there are 4, 8, 12, 16 10s in the deck when you play that game. It's A, B, C, D equals to 10, means we created the star system in mirror. I only need the A, B, C, D, where C and D connects on the lower realm and the reflection, right? What it does is once you connect to D from C, is you turn the cube 180 degrees. 180 degrees expresses 18 or R. Each other one, right, is 90 degrees. Otherwise, it's 180 degrees. You come to the opposite side from 3 is 4. Now we play with the mirror. This is a completion equals to 10. 1 plus 0 equals to 1. But on the upper level, in certain numbers, we're going to use 10. French and English help me to separate and understand the numbers. There's different ways to say certain numbers. Now I'm going to see if I can stay on track. If my mind stays, just give me a second. I tend to lose myself with many things that are going on. So we're talking about 10, right? Just want to see where the bottom side of the boot is. So all the information I use is already out there. They're already using this information. I just analyze it a little bit deeper. So we have number 10. But in French, they say 10 as 10. Spell it D-I-X. For me, that's 509. D-I-X. D500. Okay, the I is 1. The X is 10, but it's 1X, meaning 10 minus 1 is 509. And 5 and 9 is the 9 areas of your birth coming into the E world. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 equals to 45. 45 divided by 9, 45 divided by 9 equals 5. So I into the E world. Right? And that's when you connect the star to 10 star system, the 7 and 3, the 9 and 1, the 4 and 6, the 8 and 2. That's your 10 star system. On one side, it's 1 and 8, 7 and 2, 5 and 4. On the other side, it's 2 and 9, 8 and 3, 6 and 5. That's your system 911 by connecting your 9 with your 1, the S letter. That 19 is going to fit right in to 57. 3 by 19 is 57. And it's going to show me that the moon has a split in it. Why do I say this? First of all, there's a double reduction from number 19. 1 plus 9 equals to 10. 1 plus 0 equals to 1. That's number 1. 3 by 19 equals to 57. The numeric value for moon is 57. So it showed me two sides. I reduced 18. 18 is the 180 degree plane that when you take a protractor out and you start to go, you will have that 180 degree plane, because that's the way they told it to that's the way I understood it in the layman terms. The L angle is noted to be what is 9 or 90 they call it, but 9 is for I, vertical versus horizontal 18. We need one in between 2. We need one in between 2 to create. 3 times 6, 3 plus 6 will create 18 and 9, and will create those two situations. Just give me, sorry about that. So it's 3, okay, and 6. Your beginning of your creation is here and here. Can we call this the 3 moons, the 2 moons of Mars on the outside, right? And the one that's in our heart, the lunar moon, that's on the inside of the house in the blank area. We live in here. 7 areas over here and 2 areas. It's like our earphones. Our speaker is here and our earphones are here from Mars. The separation of the ace, right? I'm going to lose myself, so because I'm telling a lot of stories at the same time, too much, right? My Bible is the calculator, is the dice cube. It is everything that exists, every single game that is out there, every single letter, every dot, and every dash. From Morse code, we can read the story just like they do in Braille. So when you're counting with 10, right, the French will say 17 as 17. They will say 18 as 18. They will say 19 as 19. But in my own layman understanding, I don't know if they're saying 19 or, right, I don't know if they're saying 10 plus 9 equals to 19 or 10 minus 9, right, equals to 1. I don't know if they're saying 10 plus 7 equals to 17 or 10 minus 7 equals to 3. I don't know if they're saying 10 plus 8 equals to 18 or 10 minus 8 equals to 2. So right away, it's going to show me that there's a possibility that when we get to 19 on the third level, equaling to what is 57, on the second level, it's going to be 38, 3 and 8, 11, and that's gold. So I already know that in the Olympics, gold goes in the middle of both two. Right away, I know the sun can divide there. I know that in number 19, on the third level, it's 57, and we have 57, 75, or 5, 7, and 5 when we split the pyramid again. When we count in gematria, I'm using the base gematria, which is 1 through 7. I'll go 1 through 7, 7 being at the point, and then all the way down to 1, it'll be 5, 7, 5, where 66 will come together and connect through 8 over here in the beehive. Beehiving. So yes, this is what happens. So the moon is number 57, the sun is number 54, and Mars is number 51. 3 times 19, I connect the 3 moons to our birth. 3 times 17, I connect Mars into the gateway of Earth. 3 times 18, I now put the cross upon me. 3 by 18, 54, and I live on the cross of the divided sun and moon. If I split my nose in half, I only have one nose. So we're going to look at the equation as 1. Look at that. You can barely see it. I put it into... Look at that, how contrast works so great. Here you can see my hand. Here you can barely see it, right? So, wow. Okay. Where are we with this? So we can see what, yes, so we can see what's happening with that number. I just want to put it onto a new page over here. Again, we're going to go back to what is 1, 2, and 3. What we just did, 1, 2, and 3. When we went to 1, we went first. When we go to 2, we go second. When we go to 3, we go third. Standard. Right over here, we get our standard deck of playing cards, which is our ABC 1, 2, 3. The ABC 1, 2, 3. When we go to 4th, we get TH. And that TH runs you from 4th all the way to 20th, i.e. TH. You see what happens? 19 tells you a story, and in the expression of 20th, it tells you a story. I-E, TH, instead of 4th, 5th. Also to note that let's not leave out 8th or 18. Now that brings me back to sister. We're going to have to do this also. Give me 1 minute. Oh, I got it. Oval, off ice, and pole. It just so happens that the hockey puck is number 51, that they play on ice. Ice is 935. When you invert 935, you end up with 1, 7, and 5. And I did that last night, 1, 7, and 5. Well, yes, 175. Right. That's the quarter space. The center of this is 3.5. The quarter space will be 1.75, and that's going to be one part of the ice one area of the ice. Maybe it's a face-off circle. Maybe it's in a singular zone. What? Sacred. So if you look at the word where phi can come from, right, that was commented to me, is that 3 times 3 equals 9i. 4 times 4 equals 16h. 4 plus 4 equals 8. Now you have phi, and it's the reverse of 3 and 4 in the cube. It's coming into, all we're missing here is F6, but we have the F6 where P and H come together as the 24th letter. 2 and 4 is 6, equals to the expression of what is F is, the connecting of 666 inside that word phi. Yeah, so I wanted to get back to, we were talking about the number 10. There are 16 10s in the game of blackjack, in which ace comes out ahead and it becomes the 11 card ace. Yeah, so we talked about 1, 2, 3, 4, first, second, third, and now at fourth. What happens when we add on to standard with A, B, C is because after 3, I must turn this cube all the way around. I go from what is 3, I must go 180 degree, and since I went on to the other side or fourth, the only thing that's really 4 on this cube is the ring part of the 4. And the ring part of the 4, okay, where you get 9 and 9, 18, or 9 and 9, 18, to the 4 parts, D, to the 9 and 9 to the pole, R, RD for third. We connect it together for fourth. Now we have TH. If you put those letters together, T, H. You put the TH together, here's my T, here's my H. Perhaps that we say teach, teach. Now the T comes into this play is when you cross through the system of 10 on the total star, 7 and 3, 9 and 1, 4 and 6, 8 and 2, we cross 5 4 times, equals to 20. 20 is T. When we cross through only 3 times, it becomes O. So that would be O, 4 times O to equal 1 times T. 4 times O, okay, equals to 60. 1 times T equals to 80. We live in the house of 420. In French, they call 80 420. So when they removed or changed and created the interstate of I-80, we now removed what the old truckers used to do as Route 66. 6 and 6 is 12, 1 and 2 is 3. That is your old creation, or what brought us back in time. I'm not sure which way, and I don't like to implement my thoughts without a true mathematical equation that puts it together. So when you say 420, in French, it's 80. In French, they say 80. Cat, also meaning cat, part of the hexagon. Cat, C-A-T, is number 24. 2 and 4 is 6. There's 6 sides to a hexagon. So when I say 420, okay, I now know I have 80, and I have communication. 4 times 2, 4 plus 2 is what creates 8 and 6. And we are, so that would be the octagon 8. And inside the octagon 8 is the communication of the cat. The octagon, okay, is going to be 8. And the dog is number 26, 2 and 6, 8. To where the cat is 2 and 4, 6. So we have the cat and the dog, and we have the separation of the 7th gate. And if I don't find this picture, which I'm not finding this picture, I'm missing a book. I'm not happy about that. This is not good. Okay, this is 1. Let me go through this. If I find that picture, this is 2. This is 3. We're going to be taking a 1-minute break. I'm going to finish this thing on 10 because no, I'm missing a book. I'm definitely missing a book. And I'm missing 2 designs that I really want to share. Oh my God. I'm such a silly goose. I'm a silly goose. Because about an hour and a half ago, I saw something fall on the floor. It was the book. It was the book. This is what I wanted to show off before. When you go to sleep at night, you put your feet and your head into the two moons. You come into your ship section, into your sexual section. One of the things in French that's ironic is that 6 is spelled the same way both in French and in English, and it looks like a 5 with a 9. And why it looks like a 5 and a 9, in 6 it uses IX, they're Roman numerals. It can look like a 9, where squarely the S can look like a 5. So this is what I wanted to show you. It took 4 hexagons, right, which created a square in the center where the cube goes, right, to create one octagon dog to all these cats. When I bring you into life and awaken you, right, I squeeze these 2 cubes together and it looks like this. What you had is 8 sides over here, ended up to be 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4. It's all 3, 4, 3, 4. 14 sides. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 sides, 14 dots around this cube. Does that make any sense? Does it say anything irrelevant? 14 is going to be what divides the gate. 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 is your 8 and 6, 14. If we wanted to do the 41, we'll go 6 times 5, 30. 6 plus 5, 11 will be 30, and 11 equals to 41. And in that equation, the minus part about that, in 30 and 11, 41, will be 30 minus 11, 19. How we bring numbers up and down in that equation, I do it with everything equally. Everything is fair. All my books and Bibles that I study for my analytics, okay, is usually what is free to everybody and is honest and fair to every person who picks it up. If it's a dice cube, you'll notice there's 6 sides. Most dice cubes say the same thing. I'm talking about these here. If you see a 1, it still has a 1. I pick up a calculator, it's the calculator. If you use the English language, you're going to have rules and regulations in the English language that I will also follow to implement into my words to understand if I before E, except after C, is that C is 3, where 1 and 2 came together to base your creation. I before E, except after C, okay, is where C and E, because you must come into the E world before the I can be born. Now, why is it not the same with B? Is it because B is talking about the 2 worlds or the 2 moons of Mars? Is it where A and E comes together, or is it where E and I comes together? They work together. A, E, and I work together in this row over here. If you were to look up this calculator online and you were looking for vibrations, first of all, 369 reduced to divided by 3 will equal to 1, 4, and 7. 3 times this row is not the same as 1, 2, and 3. Where was I going with that? That's a mistake. Wow, sleepy head. So let me look over these. I got a bunch of stuff. Yes, also the news. The word news, N-E-W-S, 555 and 5. The crossing star. Stand, standard, statue, interpret, imagine. So yes, so let me mention that one last part over here that I mentioned. Now hold on a second. We said teach. We had 4th. Yes, once you come into 4th, you have mirrored, and it's still part of the skeleton. 4 is still part of the skeleton. 4 also is located inside the 4 is also located in the 5 dot, E, and F. So we're just going to jump off this for a minute. 4 sides, A, B, C, D, 10. Say Windows 10. Then you have EF here and here, EF, that's 11. You have Windows 10, and now you have the controlling pole of Windows 11 in your beta house creation. Yeah, if you have anything to say, if somebody wants to say anything, just go dong or whatever you like to say, and I'll just stop because I'm not on any roll right now. Are we currently cracking the code RN? I'm not cracking anything. I'm just sharing with you, and if we all come together to better understand that in order for me to tell you this story, Okay, and if this story is real on the outside and all these facts tell this story, would you not think it took a quantum or some kind of computer to exist prior to before this dice cube was created, prior to before the calculator was created, prior to where the alphabet was created? If this is all true, then there must have been a higher existence before us. Therefore, there had to be a creator. Now, all these that are running and following these cults, if we all sit down together to learn what it is, the skull and bones, the skeleton alphabet, the skeleton of why a shape, why is it an octagon? It is a word. Why is it a hexagon? It has 6 sides. It starts with H. The other starts with O. There's a lot of correlation between words. So I'm going to jump on to what's special about number 8 is when you drag it to 8th. Give me a second. Is it supper time? Is that why? Is it supper time or is somebody at the door? You want to eat? You want to eat? You want to eat? Come. Come, how you doing? Yeah? Yeah, you doing good? I'm not paying enough attention to you. We're going to go for a walk when I'm done, okay? Just because I'm not paying attention, I can't make you sick and give you any extra food, you know? There you go. Here. Good boy. Yeah, I feel like I'm rushing it. I feel like I'm talking fast right now. I don't want to do that. Crack all the codes. It's time. It's time. If you think
information, I want to thank you. I got to step down. I just want to thank you for sharing your information, your knowledge, and I'll stay in touch with you because it's really is like you're like decoding the matrix of how everything is all connected with numbers, and it's really wild. Thank you.
have a good next 24 hours.
Yeah, I got a lot of thinking to do now. Yeah, my numbers are flowing through my head now. Thank you.
You're welcome. Take care. Okay, so yeah, in this book, right? This is a singular Monopoly game. You can see the way the tunnels run from the corners all the way through. Go to jail, visiting jail. So anyways, I'm going to finish off with that piece where I was talking about 17, 18, and 19. Yeah, I'm a bit all over the place like normal. So the 17 will be 34, will be 51, will be 68. The 18 will be 36, will be 54, will be 72. So the sun is inside the house of bait. Then we'll have the 19, the 38. So the 19 also, that I have to think about that because the 19 would be opinion. It would be the center of the two sides. And then the 38 is explaining to me that there's 3 worlds of 8 where one is the heart of each one, or there's one heart in one of them. There's only one heart. There's 8, 8 and 1, and 8. I'm just trying to look at it that way. I'm trying to understand it that way, or let me close my mind just for 1 second, not let me talk. Then we have 76. Okay, let me see this. Where are we over here? Okay, just to finish with the 8. I started with 8. 8 is one of the only numbers that I know of, okay, between 1 and 9, where when I say 8th or 7th, right, with all the other numbers I add on TH. With 8th, I only have to add on 8. Every other one is 28 because it's already connected. It's the backbone within. It's the presence that we live in. 8 is part of the sun, part of the heavens of the 3 worlds. Of the 3 worlds of the sun. When you say 18, the same thing happens. I don't have to use TEEN because the T is already here. Unless we break it apart and show me there's a separation between the heavens of time or between these 2 worlds. The T would also be noted as part of the I and separate and be in between the 2 houses, exactly how it shows it here. So 18, I only have to add on 24. 24 shows me the gate. Now in sister, in French, terre is also to be English. Inside of R, it tells me that there's a plateau. The R letter will tell me the plateau. When you go to sleep at night, your head is in one zone of Mars, your feet are in the other zone of Mars, while your hip section, okay, is now taken over by the lunar moon. It takes you 45 and 45 minutes or 30, 30, 30, right, in order to get to sleep. Not in order to get to sleep, before you enter into the REM system. So my question is, if it's 45 and the word is fox, right, it's the passage into headquarters, 666 into 888. You can also look at it as soccer has 245 minutes. So what are we talking about? We also note that the spade is number 45. And the spade shows, or a heart shows, that there are 2 J letters, or 10 and 10, 2 J letters that come into this world. 1 nose, 2 nostrils. So this is what I understand about this. You go to sleep, you lie down here, you're awake, you stand up here in between. So let me put this aside, pick up this. So we're going to finish with this. 17. 1 times 7, 1 plus 7, 8 and 7 equals to 15, 1 and 5 equals to 6. First reduction is 6. Number 18, 1 times 8, 1 plus 8, 9 and 8 is 17, 1 and 7 equals to 8, 6 and 8. This one is going to end up to be always 19. So I have to still understand what this is doing, because it'll always be 19 and then it'll drop down to 10. 1 times 9, 1 plus 9 is going to equal to 19. 1 plus 9 equals to 10. So it just really repeats itself. Now 10, like I said, is part of the mirror, A, B, C, D, and your reflection, okay, is 6, 7, 8, and 9, creating your 10, 10, 10 star system, in where on one side of it is the 9 birth, to the other side of it is the house, the split house. 7 and 2, 8 and 1, 4 and 5, 3 and 6. 8 and 3, 2 and 9, right? When we get to 2 and 9, right, that might be 11, but there's no life into it. The 1 hasn't entered. We need 3 to begin. So when I say 29, that's your IT system connecting. I always think it's connecting to the sun. It could be connecting to the moon, because there's a number 9 inside the moon. There's no number 9 inside the sun. But the fabrication of the numbers, of number 14, 1 times 4, 1 plus 4, equals to 5 and 4. Level 2, 5 times 4, 5 plus 4, equals to 20 and 9, equals to 29, minus the 9 equals to 11. So now we have the 29 that comes into the factor right over here. And before we got there, we needed to use the numbers that factor in the numeric value for the word sun, also for the word birth, B-E-A-R-T-H. It is a sun birth and not a moon birth, a B-I-R-T-H. Sun birth versus the moon birth. So what we get over here is Mars, this is the sun, and this is the moon. Now, when you talk about numbers, right, and we talked about number 10, what happens (90, 77, 78, 79, 97, 98, 99). I included, okay, hold on a second. I didn't include the 80s in this. Just give me 1 second. 70 and 90. 20, 10, 10. In French, hold on, I have a bunch of questions to answer over here. Let me see what is said. I don't want to lose anybody, and let me see what this is. Are we currently... Would you like to say something, Red Jen? Or is that just your telephone? 6 hours would be 300 minutes. 300. The alphabet Okay, when adding up the entire alphabet, it equals to 351. The same numeric value, okay, as ACE, ace, sun. The alphabet can divide between 13 and 13. If you take away the vowels in the alphabet, it equals to 51. The rest of the alphabet equals to 300. If we want to do an alphabet shift, because everybody knows 360 degrees goes around, but if you only go to 26, you'll leave a mouth that's open between the 360. But if we realign the alphabet, we move A to number 6, and we move Z to number 31. So where were we over here? Yes, when we speak in French, we will say 60 and 10 to get to 70. We will say 60 and 17, 60 and 18, 60 and 19. When we say 90 in French, we will say communication. 4 times 20 equals to 80. This is where the 80 comes in. We already live in the heavens of 8. 10 times 8 is 80. It's 4 times 20 plus 10 equals to 90. Over here we have 97. It's 4 times 20 plus 17. Mars. 4 times 20 plus 18. The life within the sun. This is all the 9 birth at the gateway in the heavens of the 9th gate, right? Our birth through Mars in the heavens of the sun. 98 is 18. It's 18. And this is 19. This is 17, 18, 19 as 4 times 20 plus 17. 4 times 20 plus 18. 4 times 20 plus 19. Now, if I wanted to look at it, we must do all the science. So therefore, I'm now going to go 4 times 20 is 80 minus 19. So I'm going to do 61, 62, and 63. I'm going to go 61, 62, and 63. Creation in Mars. So this is just one little teeny base. Now I'm going to jump onto this, but before I jump on, I'm going to stop. If somebody wants to say something, and I want to read the comments over here. I'm trying to run this whole show myself. It's like I need this is a 5-year-old coffee, a 5-hour-old coffee. Okay. Where are we with this? Whoop. Oh my God. It's telling me to move a puzzle piece over. Okay. So I have to unplug this battery here. I hope it's still working. Let me see what I have left in battery time. Okay. I have to plug this up over here. You know, we're going to have to end this soon. I have to take the doggies for a walk. I'm here and not in my apartment, right? I'm just, can you just give me, I think I can take one break. Like, just give me 1 second on YouTube for one. Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't take anything down. We're going to do this last piece here. It's going to be between the brother, the mother, the father, and the sister. And also, hopefully someone can remind me, 1.25. And also, I didn't finish with number 29 waterworks, but I don't have enough steam and I have to take the dogs out. Oh, no, it's not my first live. I think I've done, at least 100 of them, about 100 lives, but I'm still very awkward. I have zero professionalism in it other than the professionalism of I'm here. You know what I'm saying? So I've got 10,000 videos or 11,000 videos from day one when I began. I was told this all began in 2005 where I started to have dreams, and they taught me in my dreams something. I would wake up in the middle of the night and I started to write on everything. And I'm not going to get into the whole thing. And it just went on through that over 20 years. And I just keep learning every single day. Oh, yeah, I'm being shadow banned for sure. 100%. I know. That's why we got to put up these likes. That's why we got to keep sharing, because it's the only way. If you think this information has any bearing on the outside world, and we can have everybody stop chasing, okay, the false God, and the Christ, because every breath you take in the numbers, it already tells you that you are the living God because you are in action. But we live in the womb of the Creator. We know what we know because we breathe in that vibration, what it's teaching us. We're being taught every minute of the day. For every moment you take, just take a moment and breathe. Look inside yourself. There's beautiful colors. There's artwork inside your head. I take my fingers, and it's great in the shower, and it's really good when you get into your pulsation of music. Imagine you put music into the water and you see that water vibrate. You're now sitting in a room, right, where they have speakers all around you and it's pounding through you. We're 75 or 80% water. So as it pounds through you, it doesn't only pound through you, you get the feeling you're breathing in the vibration. That story is coming right inside of you. Also to note that the rat, the first zodiac Chinese sign rat, in French, it's Ro, R-A-H. So now we're talking about the sun, right? And again, number 18 is going to be connected to the rat and the sun. So here we're going to finish off with this. THER 28, 23, 51. So mother, brother, and father all have 51. They all hold that vibration within them. The sister, okay, only holds number 43. It holds a DC power. SIS can also look like 19.9 and 19.9. It can represent Mars. It can represent the connecting moons and our birth. Genesis and sister. So it doesn't have the THER. It doesn't need the H. Is it because it's not in the heavens and it's within us, our connection to the communication? BRO equals 35, 2, 18, and 15. 15 and 18 is gold in French. 33 and 2, 35. Mother is number 28. 2 and 8. MO, 13 and 15. Fa in father is number 7. It's ironic that 7 goes 4 times into 28. And if you multiply 1.25 times 28, it equals to 35. The core of this cube is at 3.5. So when you cough at birth coming into life, you're bringing in your first part of the information. You're starting your electronic heart. They told me when I had my heart attack, they told me if you're going to have a heart attack, right, and you feel something coming on, to cough, to keep the heart beating, right? And also the heart, there's something within the heart as a reader. So when we cough, it's actually telling us something. How can we say it? It's 5:31 right now. So yes, 1.25 or 5 times 5 times 5 equals 1.25. The missing part between the cycle of the moon and the core is 1.25, which is going to be connected to 555, which 555, when it's added, right, it's going to equal to 15, the letter O. And when you get 15, your vibration is between 432. When I mentioned, what was that? 1 point, yes, 5 times 5 is, hold on a second. I missed, there's a piece I just missed. I can't remember. Not happy with myself. I'm getting tired. But you can see there's 4 sevens of father into mother. Put the father and the mother together. You get the brother. You get the center of the cube. You have the ring of the cube. And you have the pole all coming together inside of brother. Anyways, I think we're going to end it here. If anybody has anything to say, 5-year-old coffee, yeah, that's good. Okay. Yes, been shadow banned. So we're going to end the video here. Thank you for being here. So if you have something to say, Red, before I shut this down, I can say it that way, or we can say Reen and not pronounce the D and J. And what's funny about the D and J is when you get to D, A, B, C, D, right, it creates 10, it creates J. Your communication is between the DJ, which the reverse cube, okay, of what is J10 is going to be 4D. But this comes through your AC. Your second 10 is where your sky pass comes from and your life comes from, right? From the E world 10 into 22 for life. The 22nd letter in the alphabet is the letter V. 1 through 21 equals to 22. That's what brings you, anyways, green, go, ape, Mars, bringing you into the life. I think we're going to end it here. I don't even know. I can't even speak anymore. I'm dried up. Peace and love. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you'd like to help out the channel, you can check my front page. It has all my coordinates over there. Thank you for now. Peace and love. And like I said, let me just mention this one thing at the end, and I know I left something out, right? Is that I'm hoping is that if we can see this as truth outside this live in the real world, as it was put together, and how is it possible that it was put together? Look at that, 5, 5, and 5, right? 5, 5, and 5 is 2, 2, and 2. I'm going to have to show you that before I go. That if we can see that this was made thousands of years ago, and we can see that the creators were transparent with us, then we can understand possibly that there's a further work we have to do on all these Bibles that are around the world, because my Bible I work with is the truth of the game. Football tells me, has instruction, tells me about the game. Soccer, baseball, darts, any game, even every single language of the world, if you can write it out to me in English, I can tell you a story of that. But I want to finish this little piece. You want to talk about 555, right? 1.25 days at the end of the year left over. 365 days, 0.25 creates a square. But if you stretch it out here, right? You see these four in this and these four in this, two Tetris pieces together. When you go to 47, your 47 is the beast of time. It's also Jesus. It's also energy. It's the cycle that we run. 8 and 8 is 16. 1 and 6 is 7. 2 and 2 is 4. So 2 and 8 run together in our cycle. There's so many things that I have to put together, but 22 is when you bust on the cube. It's the double-sided pull of the ring of the cube. There are 22, 6 and 5 voided areas, 4 and 7 voided areas, 11 and 11, 22. That when we learn that these games and all this that's been put together for thousands of years, 432 hertz, 3 days of 1,440 minutes equals to 432. When we go to the reflection on the fourth day, you get 5760. 666 average, or the year 2000 from the Hebrew time. I balance myself off the moon. I balance myself off the sun. I balance myself off of what every human being can play the game in all fairness, all about games, all about instructions, things that are fair to every single man, human being. There's no discussion. All you have to do the math. You have to understand how the coordinates work. Anyways, I'm just babbling right now. And then we can also do hold on a second. I'm just going to put this together right over here. 58, 62, 66, 70, 74, 78, 82, 86, 90, 13, 8, 12, 7, 11, 15, 10, 14, and 9. The numeric value for power is 77. The numeric value for Jesus is 74. 74 goes to the center. When I add up 58, 74, and 90, it's 222. We're just going to add up the outside, 148 and 74. Let me let the dogs out and I'll finish with this. You want to go out? Out. Okay, lucky number 13. 58, 74, 90. 90 and 158, 148. Always count the 1 and 2. I like to count them separately, right? 8 and 4 is 12 plus 1 is 13 and 11. 13 and 11, MK. 13 and 11. 70 and 78, 148. 62 and 86, 148. 66 and 82, 148. I add 74. Energy is 74. Cross is 74. Time is 47. Beast is 47. 7 months of 31 days. 4 months of 30 days to the 7th crossing day of the 4th day of the week. 313 to create that 7. You want to create 7 with 2? There's a few ways to create 7. 313 is one of them. 1, 2, 4 is another one. Another one is, and this is with the cube, right? If you do this one, 313, we're going to look at this one over here. The Wednesday to the 313 days that are around it. To the 5 days of the week, to the connecting of the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. To the coming into the life, to the 1 day of rest, to the 1 lunar moon. To the 2 moons of Mars. To the 2 moons of Mars, to the 1 moon of Earth. We come into life between Mars and Earth. A, B, and D to what is C, A, and C. We add this together using the 74 in the center. They all become 222. To start crossing, one 4-star, here's your 8-star, here's your octagon. And within your octagon, by moving one line, you end up with 1, 2, 3, 4 different star connections. But this star, I can put here, but I can't put it here. I'm going to have to explain that in another video. I really have to go. Okay, so we have 4 different connections. We pass the center area 3 times. 222, 222, 222, 222, 222, 888. Or you pass it 3 times, because we only use 3 times. 3 times 222 crossing is 666, 888, Fox headquarters. When we do it on the lower side, reduce value, we have 13 and 9, 22, 12 and 10, 22. 2 times 2, 2 plus 2 is 4 and 4 is 8, 8. 7 and 15, 22. When we do it 3 times, it's 66, plus using the center only once, 11. 77 is the matter of Christ and power. When you use it just this way, you end up with 22 and 11, 33. 33, 33, 33, 33. So if you want to know about where the Freemasons are getting their number 33, it's built into the system. I want to thank you, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. Okay, next time, hopefully we can come on, ask more questions, broaden my mind. It'd be really appreciated if you can help me out, right? I'm not sure if I put it up here. Okay. I have the paypal.me/Mr. Tacpans at 7286. Or you can go to buy me a coffee, but I am absolutely burnt. Yes, I have 10,000 videos. I have 500 or 600 books like this over here. I have tons of art in every single book. There's always a story. And before I end it, we have this one over here. These are the Tetris pieces. This one and this one, I flipped them upside down and I worked them together, right? And when I said I worked them together is when I run 365, this, okay, is because I run the upper world into 7, the lower world into 3, and I run it through the Federation. When you play the game cribbage, 1111 is 121, the game is over. May 1st, the 5th month, the first day, 121, again, another number that touches Area 51 and Mars. The 22 is from the ape, we go, we are born, and that's the ring. There's been a ring put on something, and it turned us into what we were to who we are. By just distorting maybe one molecule. Maybe we have all the same molecules, but when you put a ring on something, or 2 rings, something to do with rings and changing, somehow molecules got changed. I don't know, I'm not a scientist, but I can see it in the numbers, what has to be done. Peace and love, Raphael, I'll be back again. Thank you. Thank you, good night. Thank you, good night, but wait.